We do have 4 council persons here. Some are wandering, but we are going to go ahead, and the April 4th, 2018 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers going out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace, down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with one of our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Michael Rochelle, Shadow Hills Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a delight to see this body in action. Let's pray. Wise and loving Father, we thank you for your abundant blessings. We thank you for life, for health, friendship, the ability to be involved in this useful work, the honor of bearing these appropriate responsibilities, and the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. And we're grateful for your love. You have given us the opportunity to pray for one another. I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular, this assembled council, asking that you would grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of welfare true to the needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony, even when there's disagreement, and personal peace in our lives as we enjoy our tasks. We give you this agenda today. Give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit this great city of Las Vegas in your most blessed name. Amen.
We'll now continue on with our ceremonial portion, and Pastor, thank
He talked me into it. I've given in.
My body's been saying to me.
Give in? You've been saying give in?
All right, I'm right behind you.
Like your first date. So. No.
Not that way. You're on the other side of the date.
It's just
Second
so
date?
Bob. It's just
Third
so
date?
Bob.
Third date? Okay.
We had chatty about Bob.
I will tell you, we never kissed on the first date.
Oh, no. Wouldn't think of it. I had respect. Right.
Before we get to the ceremonial portion, oh my goodness, this is such a tough morning for us here. I want to take a moment to remember a gem of a human being who really brightened so many people's lives in our community. And for those of you who are so young here, this was a youngster who grew up in the heart of our community and has left an indelible image and legacy for all of us. And so the special member of our community is David Hum. And I can't see if we have our slides on there. There he is. David Hum, Bishop Gorman graduate, and perhaps the greatest quarterback in Las Vegas prep history. He was an All-American at the University of Nebraska, a former Oakland Raider quarterback, the first inductee, the very first inductee to the Southern Nevada Hall of Fame. He played 10 years in the NFL, 7 of which were with the Raiders. But he was so special. There was so much more than that. David was a friend to so many, an exemplary hero to others, and the kindest and best of human beings. I knew David more closely as we worked so hard over the years, more recently to bring the Raiders into Las Vegas. He was full of personality and humor, competitive and so tough when on the football field, and so tough when fighting a disease. He had MS, multiple sclerosis, for over 30 years. He was a compassionate and kind human being. He had a twinkle in his eye. And no matter how difficult the times were for him in the struggle, you would never know it from him, and how he greeted people, and always smiling and always knowing that he was going to win out. We lost him a week ago. He's obviously missed by so many of us and will be forever. I ask all of you and those who are going to see this on TV, please keep this fabulous individual alive in your memories for those of us who did know him, and for those of you who are going to read about him or learn about him, and for the family and his beautiful daughter, Courtney, brother, sister, grandchildren that are here of the family. It is just a very, very challenging time to lose somebody that's so beautiful. And friends, I see Steve and Stephanie Stallworth right there with him from the very start. Beautiful man. Our hearts are broken. But he led the good life, and he was an example to everybody. We just miss him terribly. And we're so very sorry. The city joins in giving you prayers and our sympathies. And we're so proud to have known such an exemplary human being. May he teach us all the lessons as we remember everything he was and did. Beautiful. Yes. Yes.
I just wanted to add that my son followed a few years later at Gorman High, and the hero on campus, then, now, I think always will be David Hum, for the courage and the strength, You know, there's no way you can develop a curriculum to teach courage. That comes from within. That's a very special part of something. And I know my husband just admired him so much and enjoyed when they got to meet together at the Hall of Fame meetings and everything. So I want to say it's a big loss, and we share that with you. But we also want you to know that he remains the hero to us for what he did on the football field and for what he did off the field and for what he showed us you could do whatever in life. A big hero to us all. Thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Did you want to say anything? Yes. Tom.
Hi, I'm David Hum's little brother, Tom. We laugh. My little sister here, Lori, is here. And we said our parents didn't have to name their other 3 children because we were always David's little brother or little sister. And we wore that moniker with such pride because his dignity, his class, his integrity, he believed in education, he believed in sport, he believed in teamwork. And the beauty about this town is our father came in 1951 and started having children, with David being the first. And the Goodmans we have known, the Tarkanians we have known. By the way, there was a quarterback named Danny Tarkanian at Gorman that rivaled David in all aspects of what was just said about David. Our city, since 1951, that we've experienced, the human kindness that the Goodmans and Mayor Goodman and this city council and all of you members of our community, David Hum was the greatest man that ever lived. To the council, Mayor, Mrs. Tarkanian, Councilwoman Tarkanian, with all our hearts, the Hum family here in front of you, we thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Coffin is a Gorman graduate, too. Were you in the stands cheering on David or not?
I did.
You did. As an alum, you went back.
Well, I'd already been out about 10 years.
Right. See, you are. Oh, my. We're so grateful for your family and for the great-grandparents, I guess, because the genes are true. Genes are always true. It's wonderful. You have a beautiful family. And how wonderful for these young people. Thank you. We miss him. So, moving on, the actual ceremonial portion. Councilwoman Fiore, you're first up.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very excited to present our, we usually have a individual of the month, but I'm excited to announce that we have nominated the men and women of Creech Air Force Base as our Citizens of the Month for April. We have over 1,572 men and women from Creech that live in Ward 6, and my staff and I, yeah. So my staff and I had the honor of taking a tour of Creech Air Force Base a couple of months ago, and we brought our city manager and Tom Perigo and some of our other staff out there, and it gave me a lot of insight into the amazing service our men and women do every day, not only to protect our country, but serving the city of Las Vegas. I was surprised to learn how many of our Creech Air Force men and women lived out in the Northwest in Ward 6. So it's my pleasure to present them with this award. But before I present them with that award, thank you. Do you see this patch I have on? So, oh, you got that? Thank you. So when we were having lunch, there was an airman, Joe Ekman, and he had the coolest patch on his arm. And I said, hey, where can I buy one of those patches? He said, you can't buy one of those patches. And he took the patch off and he gave it to me. And all the way home on the bus ride, Tom Perigo and our city manager, Scott Adams, just like two little brothers, they're like, I want the patch, I want the patch. Well, they're not getting the patch. So, but it was really fun. It was really, really fun. So, as you all know, military and our veterans are very near and dear to my heart. My oldest daughter, Sheena, who's 28 now, was born abroad on Guantanamo Bay military base. And so whatever our military needs, from fighting for, designations on where they practice and where they make sure that we are safe, the city council, and now we've got one of theirs. We've got Colonel Soroka with us here at the City Council, and we're very fortunate to have a veteran up here with us. So whatever our military needs, we're always honored to help them and fight for them. And we go to D.C. and we fight for them, and we bring our D.C. delegate out to them to make sure that they have all of the tools they need to make sure all of us are safe. So with me right now, we have Colonel Cheater and Chief Taylor here, and I would like to give them this award on behalf of Ward 6 and the City of Las Vegas. And again, I want to thank the men and women of Creech Air Force Base for what they do. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Colonel Julian Cheater, the Wing Commander up at Creech Air Force Base, and here with Chief Taylor. I just want to say thank you for this incredible award. So, to Mayor Goodman, to Councilwoman Fiore, and to everyone here, this is a great honor, and we accept this graciously on behalf of the men and women of the 432nd Wing and Air Expeditionary Wing. If you're not familiar with Creech Air Force Base, we're about an hour north, so a little bit more remote, but a great group of young airmen. We have about 3,500 people, and we're proud to call Las Vegas home. So we do training missions, but most of our missions are doing combat. So the Wing has flown combat missions every minute of every single day for the last 10 years. So as we speak, men and women of the 432nd are defending our freedoms around the world. That's a privilege for us. We do that to protect U.S. and coalition forces. We do that to prevent attacks on U.S. soil, like places in New York, D.C., and of course Las Vegas and other cities. But it's an awesome mission that we have, and I just want to say thank you for the great support we have from our councilwoman. So Councilwoman Fiore is a great supporter, been up to the base multiple times, welcomes our new spouses. She's been in our simulator. It was so good, I'm thinking about recruiting her, Mayor. So, and then also, obviously, the Councilman Soroka has been a frequent visitor and great supporter. So if I can reciprocate and provide you with a small token, a Wing coin from our men and women. So to you, thank you. And to Mayor Goodman, one for you as well. So thank you.
Gosh. Thank you. Oh, well, I've got it right here. They're tiny, but they're dynamite. These are $1,000 poker chips. They're good luck Mayor chips.
Thank you.
So keep you well and healthy, and thank you. Oh, my. This is going under my pillow at night. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that you had us come out a few years back, a group of us from the city. It was absolutely an astounding visit to see what happens, and you replayed for us some of the strategic encounters that you had. It was amazing to me that I'm sitting here in Nevada watching the enemy being taken down through work that you're doing right near me, and what you achieved with it. It's just a marvelous thing, and I hope maybe you'll have that again with the new council members. Thank you.
Thank you again, man. We really appreciate your support.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now, both of you are a little tall for the cockpit, aren't you? Aren't generally our pilots of less grand size?
Man, we're the smallest up there.
Oh, they're the smallest up there. What? A picture. Shane, where are we doing? Oh, our picture over by the sign. Please come on over.
Yes. Our always touted
For all the right things.
I gathered that.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
This is really official.
Well, you only do that, his next vote is going to be.
I can't bend because I'll blow over.
I'm getting there.
Okay, good.
I
No,
understand.
Your left leg works better than mine. Okay, for our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize some incredible volunteers.
You know, sometimes we contribute to the betterment of the world by what we can do on a grand, more national scale. Some of us don't even have that opportunity, but they still help. And that's because of each of us takes our own small corner of the world and does our best to help it, then that's a big achievement because it takes all of us together. For the past 10 months, we've had 11 young adults dedicating their time to the city of Las Vegas. And these individuals are members of what we call the American Corps National Civilian Company Corps. America Corps National Civilian Community Corps, NCCC. Now, this is a national group. It works in every state, practically. It's a network of service programs made up of 3 primary areas. Members commit their time to address community needs such as academic achievement, fighting poverty, sustaining our national parks, preparing for disasters, and other things. So more than 80,000 Americans across the country participate in AmeriCorps each year, and all of them tackle different community needs in different ways, depending on the needs of the community. They do some of the larger needs that get a lot of publicity. They help communities recover from the damage caused by natural and other disasters. They actually build affordable housing units. They're out there building these units for families. And they facilitate mentorship programs to connect students with community members who can help them develop their academic performance and get ready for college. And they also do the nitty-gritty things that don't get much attention. They remove trash and other man-made debris. Excuse me, I have a sore throat today. You probably noticed. Remove trash and other man-made debris from local ponds to promote environmental sustainability. They encourage community members to donate fresh produce to local schools. They assist veterans and military families in filing for benefit claims so they get access to the resources they need. Their goal is to strengthen communities. And if you wanted to be an American Corps member, you can choose to commit to service anywhere from 3 months to a year. Similar to the military or the Peace Corps. I always wanted to join the Peace Corps. And doggone it, I got married and I started having children, never made it.
You would have been safer in the Peace Corps.
I probably would have. I probably would have. I had 4 children in 5.5 years. I would have been safer probably. But anyway, By joining AmeriCorps, you can help to make our people safer, stronger, and healthy. You can strengthen our communities. I tell over and over again our neighborhood groups, we cannot do it ourselves. If you think that this surge of crime and this surge of values against family orientation that we have is going to stop, or one group, the government or businesses or the cities or the counties or whatever, can stop it, it's not true. It has to begin with you. And with you and all of us working together with the resources we have, many of which come from your taxpayer dollars, we can stop it. So AmeriCorps is part of that. And you know, there are benefits. There's a student loan deferment. There's skills and training. They give you a living allowance. They have a few little health benefits. They have an education award on completion of service that helps pay for college. And that helps you get a leg up sometimes on meeting employers with the private, public, and non-sectors. So we've had these individuals working within our community. We haven't had very much publicity about them. I'd like to have AmeriCorps Green 5 team come up with Michael Barber, their team leader.
Here are his awards.
Okay. She's giving out her chips again. Better watch it. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to ask you, please, to tell a little bit about what you've done in the community. I'm sure your voice will be wonderful. They're looking good. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay, so now they all went up there. No, we're going to keep some of you over here. Come here.
Your pets. Kitty cat. Let's break right in here. A couple more.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank the community, thank council, the city council here for having us, for recognizing us. It's been a very interesting and great experience for all of us here in the community. We've had a lot of time to get out and see the community and definitely help various organizations like the Red Cross. Been working with the community to work with the homeless population here and get them access to various outreach programs that can help them out. So just I think that was a pretty good synopsis of what AmeriCorps is all about. So I won't go in too deep on what AmeriCorps does around the country. I think that was a pretty good explanation of our organization. So been working a lot in the community, especially at the courtyard, if you're all aware of that. Just getting that outreach center open. If you get a chance to go check it out, I would definitely go ahead and do that. If some of the pictures we were showing were the before and afters of where we worked there. We were able to go out to San Miguel Community Garden in the northwestern section of Las Vegas. We worked with a lot of great folks out there to continue to help that community there. We've been doing a lot of cleanup programs, especially working with the Springs Preserve. And just want to thank you again for having us here. It's been an excellent experience. And I hope that next year we can get another, yeah.
Okay, where are you from, Michael?
Oh. I'm from New York. I'm from upstate New York, but we have people from all over.
I'm going to take the mic. We're up
Seneca Falls, New York.
there. Beautiful area. A little snowy right now. And you are, and where are you from?
I'm John. I'm from Mount Pleasant, Michigan.
That's okay. Go Michigan. They almost made it, right? Did you watch the game?
I didn't. We didn't have a TV.
That's why they lost.
I'm Keely, and I'm from outside of Washington, D.C.
And you're also lucky to be here because they had snow yesterday.
I'm Rohan Modi from Amherst, Massachusetts.
Oh, my goodness, the University of Massachusetts Amherst there.
That's right.
Are you through school or going in?
I finished high school, so I'm going to college after this.
And are you going to Amherst? I mean, Mass Amherst?
I'm thinking about it.
Less costly. And you do work in the Peace Corps or the AmeriCorps?
You know, I'm just world peace. World peace.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. You almost have as much hair as our councilwoman. Here we go. And you are?
I'm Isabel Sloan, and I'm from Asheville, North Carolina.
Yes.
And a former AmeriCorps soul or no?
No, I'm just a hero of the draft.
Okay. And Michael, we did. And you are? Pardon my back.
It's all right. My name is Grant, and I'm from Pinckney, Michigan. It's a small town, so I don't really expect anyone to know of it. Yeah.
But they breed good kids. So how close to which big city?
I'm about like 20 minutes outside of Ann Arbor.
Oh, University of Michigan. Go Michigan. Were you? No, you were busy too. You didn't watch the finals.
I'm Jasmine, and I'm from Hastings, Nebraska.
Look at this. And you heard that our David Hum was University of Nebraska. Are you headed there next?
I'm not, no.
You don't know. Boy, this is confidential stuff. And you are?
My name is Ian, and I'm from Long Island, New York.
Oh, my gosh, 2 New Yorkers. Did you know each other beforehand?
We did not.
No. Oh, okay. New York's pretty big.
I'm Alexis, and I'm from Perryville, Missouri.
Beautiful.
I'm Victoria. I'm from Stony Point, New York.
Another New Yorker.
I'm Matt, and I'm from Henryville, Pennsylvania.
Where's Henryville?
It's just like a little small town in the middle of nowhere.
In the middle of nowhere? By Bucknell? No. Closer to Pittsburgh or Philadelphia or dead center?
Maybe about 2 hours from Philadelphia.
Nice. Wonderful. And you, sir?
Roy, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, we love it. Well, we thank you all. This has been, and you are, ma'am?
I'm just a bystander.
Forget it, Kathy Thomas Gibson. You are the best. Hello. And so involved with, is Lisa here? Lisa Morris Hibbler? No. We appreciate everything AmeriCorps does and hope you have a beautiful, beautiful life, all of you, as you go on. And remember, Las Vegas, come back here often. Michael, you've done a great job. So, a picture? Okay. So we could go. So we could balance. I think there are 11 of you. So if we could do 6, you're 12? How many are? You need one more chip. I only gave you 11 chips. Could you reach one more, please, for Michael? And here are all your appreciation certificates. So why don't we step in front of the podium? Thank you. Perfect. Perfect.
I'll stand on my toes.
On her toes. Again, thank you all. It's wonderful what you've been doing, and just keep volunteering and work as you do. It's so important to our community. So these are theirs, or you have more on this?
These are for him.
Sorry.
That's all right. These are for you to distribute to each member of your group. And let me tell you something. Everybody says you are our future. It may sound corny after a while, but it's very meaningful, very meaningful. I so appreciate young people who want to give of themselves. I love the way you're dressed. You're dressed for work. You're dressed for the gritty. And I love the people, because, you know, anybody can do what gets you attention at Starlight. The people who count are those who get down and do the stuff that most people don't want to do. Thank you so much for what you contributed to our city of Las Vegas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Coffin, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I'm here today to present Proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week. If I could have that here. Here it is, right here. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro. Well, it's hard to follow. Hard to follow this. National service, in essence, is what AmeriCorps is all about, which this country badly needs right now. Maybe times 100, and then we will be in much better condition as a country. Miss Linda Taché, are you here in the audience? I'd like you to come forward. see you, kiddo. In Nevada, violent crime occurs every 25, 26 minutes, according to the uniform crime statistics that have been compiled. That's violent crime. And property crimes happen every 4 or 5 minutes here. These numbers were from 2016. They do not include the horrific numbers accumulated through the slaughter on 1 October of our citizens. And so you can imagine what 2017's numbers will look like. However, what we do every year is we recognize this week as a very important thing, because we have to recognize that people have suffered, and an invasion of a home, or a car being stolen, or a person being assaulted and killed. All these things affect all of us because they really don't just touch the victim. It radiates, and everybody who knows and loves them becomes a victim as well. So whatever number you might see in published statistics, multiply it by 5, 10, 20, and then you get an idea about people who suffer from crime. And we at the council have always believed everybody should be treated with fairness and respect, and we're going to join other jurisdictions in recognizing this today, as well as continuing our support of Marsy's Law for Nevada. It hasn't been passed yet. We're hoping that it will in this legislative session. Not every state has passed that, but it's very important. I was there when it first came up, and it still hasn't passed the Nevada legislature. So it takes time. It's not insensitivity. It's it's politics. On behalf of the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council, though, I'd like to present you with this award and this proclamation, and also declare that next week, April 8th through the 14th, is Crime Victims' Rights Week. So truly, Linda, please have a couple of words to say for us, and then we'll take a look at this proclamation.
Thank you so much, Councilman Kaufman, Mayor Goodman, and the rest of the council for recognizing this important issue in our state and everywhere else today. So on behalf of Marsy's Law for Nevada, our domestic violence partners in the community, and all the crime victims in Nevada, we are honored to accept this proclamation from the City of Las Vegas for National Crime Victims' Rights Awareness Week. As of now, this year, Nevada is still #1 for domestic violence murders. So with this initiative and making awareness for the community, we're hoping that this number will decrease over time. So once Marsy's Law passes, it will dramatically increase the victims' rights awareness for all victims in the state of Nevada, regardless of what that crime is. So this victims' rights bill would not be where it is today without, as question 1, so we will be as question 1 on the ballot in November, and if you do support crime victims, we ask for yes on 1. So today we would not be here again without the support of organizations like Safe Nest, Shade Tree, and also Safe House in Henderson, and all the elected officials like you see behind me. Nevada is a better place due to all of you in here and behind me. And I am proud to call this home for 26 years. So thanks again for all you do to support our community and make this a better state for all of us to live in.
Well said, Linda. Thank you. And thank you for recognizing 3 organizations which do an awful lot for women and children. I suppose in closing, we should just say this proclamation is strength and hope in remembering and recognizing crime victims, and a show of unified level of continued support for Marsy's Law this November. Vote yes on question 1. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate you coming here today, and I hope we can get a picture of us.
Our team is here.
Oh,
so
please
we have
introduce
Will.
the team.
Yes, our state director is Will Batista, and our field director, Sean Flignor, is with us today. And also, we'd like to recognize Safe Nest. Safe Nest has some representatives as well. So can we have them come up and be in the picture? Yes, please come up.
Okay. Your Honor, here's the microphone for you.
Okay, we're going to, as we have our Safe Nest, and thank you so much. Understand there's been some upgrading of facilities. We're very excited about it and appreciate your coming down this morning. And Councilman, we'll give it to Linda. That's great. And come on down. If you'll come on over this way. Okay, you can get a picture.
Yes, and I'll stand by.
Right smack in the middle. Thank you.
Yes, come close. Come close.
How are you?
How
How
are
you
you?
doing?
Nice
You are?
to meet you. Yvette
Wait. This is Nancy.
Nancy Hernandez from SafeNest.
Okay.
Yvette Barreras from SafeNest.
Beautiful people.
Yamil Muriel from SafeNest.
Magnificent.
Tammy Cutler, SafeNest.
Beautiful. Thank you for all that you do. I mean, it's so important. We've been so proud of SafeNest over the years. So can you get us all in a picture here as widespread as we are? And I have a good luck mayor chip for you all, too. I think. Are there any left in the box? Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, you probably already have one. But you're good. You have not? I thought I gave you one down there in front of the state building. Thank you. Keep you healthy and safe. That's what it is. And it's a $1,000 poker chip, which you may not spend. Okay. I think we're good.
No, I'll come
Okay,
back over
thank
here.
you.
I was in detention because I didn't give her the...
The proclamation. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you all. Okay. Our veteran, our fabulous airman, our Councilman Soroka, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Occasionally we get the opportunity to bring recognition to a challenge that our community has. And every community across our country has these challenges. And today we get to recognize an organization that's looking out for us. The Friends of Parkinson's are here today. And is Jamala here? Please come on down, Jamala. Jamala, thank you. Say hello to everybody, too. Yeah. Jamila. Jamila, thank you.
Here's one for you right up front before you even say a word.
Friends of Parkinson's is a nonprofit organization that connects and creates local, nationwide, and international initiatives that support the neurological community and communities related to Parkinson's disease. Allow me to tell you a little bit about Parkinson's and why it's important for us and why we're blessed to have this organization with us. Parkinson's disease is a chronic, progressive neurological disease and is the second most common neurodegenerative disease in the United States. Parkinson's disease is estimated to affect approximately 1 million people in the United States, and the prevalence will more than double by 2040. The disease is the 14th leading cause of death in the United States, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. It is estimated that the economic burden of Parkinson's is at least $14 billion annually, including indirect costs to patients and family members of $6.3 billion. Research suggests that the cause of this disease is a combination of genetic and environmental factors, but the exact cause and progression of the disease is still unknown. There is no objective test or biomarker for Parkinson's disease, and there is no cure or drug to slow or halt the progression of the disease. The symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from person to person and can include tremors, slowness of movement, rigidity, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing and speaking, and cognitive impairment. Volunteers, researchers, caregivers, and medical professionals are working to improve the quality of life of persons living with Parkinson's disease and their families. Increased research, education, and community support, such as those provided by Parkinson's Foundation and other organizations, are needed to find more effective treatments and to provide access to quality care to those living with Parkinson's disease today. Jamila, would you like to share a few words? Thank you. And please invite your team down.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, so very much. And I would like to invite the Friends of Parkinson's community to come down and stand with me, especially those that are affected by Parkinson's disease. Councilman Sirocco, thank you so very much. And as they come, I would like to give you a little bit of talk about Las Vegas. You know, Parkinson's right now is the fastest growing neurological disorder in this area. And it's unfortunate because here in Southern Nevada, we have over 20,000 people with Parkinson's disease, and it's growing, and we don't know why. Our main thrust and what we do here in Southern Nevada, we do three things very well. We advocate for those that have Parkinson's disease that can't take care of themselves and advocate for themselves. We do community outreach, and we educate. The educational component is our most important because most of you don't know anybody with Parkinson's, but if you don't know someone today, you will shortly because it is growing so quickly, especially among those that are what we call young onsets, which is the 20s, 30s, and 40s. We have the only veterans with Parkinson's support group here in Southern Nevada because there's an epidemic among Vietnam War era veterans with Parkinson's disease. It is an incredible, it's an incredible statistic that we here at Friends of Parkinson's want to change. We want to find ways that we can educate this community that is so rich in support for us, that we can make a difference here. And that's why, you know, this is an honor for me. I don't want to start crying because I'm shaking, but this is an honor for me to serve this wonderful Parkinson's disease community because they've given me so much. And I only hope that I'm able to give just a little bit back in gratitude. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jamila. No, I did not know about the veterans epidemic, and my family is affected by Parkinson's, so what you're doing is very important to me as well. But now, on behalf of the mayor, Mayor Goodman, myself, and the entire Council of Las Vegas, I would like to thank you, the Friends of Parkinson's, for all your hard work and dedication to furthering this worthy cause. And I happily present Jamila and the Friends of Parkinson's this proclamation proclaiming this month, April 2018, as Friends of Parkinson's Month, and in the city of Las Vegas, and call upon all citizens to observe this month by recognizing the contribution made to our community by you and your organization.
Thank you.
Jamila, thank you so much. Mayor, would you like to say a few words?
Well, I absolutely would, but I'd love to get the names. We love everybody that is joined together in this wonderful effort. So I'm going to go to the distaff side first. And your name is?
Teresa Yanni.
And how long have you been with the Parkinson group?
Just under a year.
A year.
Hi.
And you are?
I'm Allison Clark.
And Allison, how long have you been with them?
Oh, I actually met her last year. I am her intern.
Ha 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 ha. Beware. And this handsome man?
Dr. Calloway.
Dr. Galloway. Calloway. And how long have you lived in Las Vegas?
My whole life, 70 years.
He's a baby. He's your age. 35. Oh, my gosh. Now, oh, sorry. Yes. But thank you. And hopefully that you keep working with the Cleveland Clinic, with the research, Lou Ruvo, but everything you're doing anyway to help others. God bless you. Thank you so much. And you are?
I am Lainey, and I have been working with Jamila on the board for almost 4 years.
And how old's the board?
She came before we even had an established organization. The organization is only 3.5 years old.
See, but you're powerful. Young but powerful.
Hi, I'm Robert Cochran, and I've been with Jamila for about 4 years, and in fact, we're doing an event with the Lou Ruvo Center this Saturday, so there's going to be a screening of a Parkinson's-themed documentary that we're doing. So
Fabulous. That is so wonderful, because I know that's such a center worldwide and has grown so much in reputation, what they're doing there, and it's only through the clinical research and the ability to find out what causes it and how we do it. So are you also a car racer?
No, it kind of looks that way. I'm married into the Italian family, so I get the things. These are by marriage. Yeah.
Hopefully there's good cooking there, though, too.
Louise Caruth, and I've been with Jamila for really just a couple of months when I realized how underserved this community is, so I wanted to help.
Wonderful. Boy, are you a powerful lady.
Mitchell Abelman.
How are you? I think I know you from the past. How long have you lived in Las Vegas?
4 years.
4 years. Where was home before you found heaven on earth in Las Vegas?
Brooklyn, New York.
No wonder anybody from Brooklyn. We have a good family there.
Good morning. I'm Pamela Lappin, and I'm the Dancing with Parkinson's instructor, and I teach dance classes for people with PD here in Las Vegas. I connected with Jamila a few years ago, and we've really joined our forces even stronger this past year, and here I am.
So dancing really is helpful? Absolutely. All exercise or just in particular dancing?
Dancing is the #1 exercise for brain health. And dance, I'm a trained for dance for PD instructor. So anyway, long story short, it is an excellent form of exercise for people with PD.
And actually for everybody.
Yes.
Right. Nice. Thank you. And you are?
My name is Debbie Bergstrom. I'm just office assistant with Jamila. I was blessed 6 weeks ago. So
Wow, wonderful. Welcome. They're just doing great things. All of you, congratulations. Thank you so much for what you do. And Jamila, you close it out.
You know, to the mayor and Councilman Soroka, I am eternally grateful for this award. And anything that we can do to bring attention and awareness for Parkinson's disease in our Southern Nevada area, we're willing to do, and to step forward and to step out. And I want people to see that this month, as Parkinson's Awareness Month, get involved. Get to know somebody with Parkinson's. Come by the office, volunteer, read. Many of the people with Parkinson's can't get out. They can't drive. Many of them have mobility issues. They can't walk. So help us help this community to grow and become more aware and impassioned about the need for Parkinson's. Thank you so much.
Jamila, could you share with us where your office is located so people can...
The office is at 2400 North Tenaya Way. It's on the northeast corner of Tenaya and Smoke Ranch, and it's Suite 115. And you can even call us at 702-381-4141, or even just look us up on the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Anthony or Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, do you know? Wonderful. Wonderful. There is a big medical area right there. It is, so it's wonderful. So we're just so thrilled. Thank you, Councilman Soroka, too, and thank you all for all that you're doing for the community. Yes.
If I could just hold the microphone for just a second, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Calloway is a fraternity brother of mine. Unfortunately, he went to the University of Nevada, Reno, which in those days was Nevada. They call it Nevada again. Yeah.
I am in the UNLV Sports Hall of Fame.
So you see where we are. It can hit athletes as it hit David Humm, neurological disorders. We don't know exactly why they happen. In the football player's case, maybe too many hit sacks on the hard turf.
You're a golfer, and Dr. Calloway's sport?
Yeah, well, it's true. We're golfers. Well, why?
Dentist for 37 years.
Okay, team dentist. He's got a letterman's ring. I just wanted to say that, you know, Doc, we lost my class president from high school. Class of 61 died this last year, Dave McCauley. And Dave died from Parkinson's and the complications thereof. But as class president, he had been responsible for our reunions. So for nearly 60 years, Dave did this, including the last years of his life, where he really devoted everything he could to working and being productive. So it is a mistake to say people somehow have become totally disabled when they have this illness, because the best thing for them is to continue to stay as active as possible. So I do want to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Keep up the good work. And for those of you who will be watching from home, join up. Now, you heard at Smoke Ranch in Tenaya. Great. Oh, picture. Always looking for volunteers. What is your contact email?
It's info@friendsofparkinsons.org. And we're also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So we've got hopefully most of the social media covered. But we're always looking for volunteers. We can never have too many volunteers, especially this Saturday, the 14th. We have our largest event, which is the Funny Bunny Race for Parkinson's. And it's a family-oriented event where everybody gets to put on their bunny ears and hopefully it's bunny tail. And we walk, hop, or run for Parkinson's that day in the park.
That's great. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That sounds like fun. Okay. And Shane, did you do your damage? Good. Thank you all. Again, thank you. Thank you. Okay, for our final item this morning, Councilman Anthony. As soon as Mr. Radke rolls us back in place. There you go.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is my honor to recognize Nevada Donor Network during National Donate Life Month. At this point, I'd like to ask the CEO and president of the Nevada Donor Network to join me up here, Joe Ferreira. Come on up here, Joe. There you go. The Nevada Donor Network is a nonprofit organization founded in 1987 and is the only organ procurement organization based in Nevada. They're responsible for facilitating tissue and cornea donations statewide, as well as providing hope, strength, and life to people in the state of Nevada and thousands of potential transplant recipients across the country. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services estimates 22 individuals die nationwide each day waiting for a life-saving organ transplant, and every 10 minutes someone is added to the waiting list. Nevada Donor Network provides education to hospital staff and community partners on the referral and donation process. They also provide a strong network of support for donor families and spread awareness throughout the community to get new donors registered. The donor designation rate in Nevada has grown immensely and is higher than the national average. Now 60% of Nevadans are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. Should be 100%, right? Okay, let's work on 100%. With the help of community partners such as Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles, our hospital champions, Nevada High Patrol, Clark County Office of the Coroner and Medical Examiner, and other local organizations, Nevada Donor Network is helping promote National Donate Life Month to save and heal lives in Nevada and across the country. At this point, I'd like to ask Joe to say a few words. Come on up here, Joe.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate you inviting us to be here. Mayor Goodman, thank you for having us again. And the rest of the City Council, we really are humbled to be here, especially considering all the great organizations that you honored before us. And I'm not going to restate what the Councilman said about our organization and the need, but I will say something you may not know. Although there are 115,000 people currently waiting for a vital organ for transplant, and as the Councilman said, 22 people die in the U.S. every day waiting for a vital organ, there is some good news. Here in Nevada, and I'd like the Council to know this, we are a world leader in the number of donors per capita. So we've gotten international recognition over the last 6 years since our cultural transformation, and we're being recognized in this community and here in Nevada for recovering more donors per million of population than anybody else on the planet. So that is good news and something we should be very proud of. And so in our effort to help the community and help those people that wait and the donor heroes that we see every single day that give of themselves and their families to be able to give the gift of life to people, who are desperately waiting for another chance. We have the opportunity this month, during April, to honor National Donate Life Month. And in the midst of doing that, we are also preparing for the transplant games, where donor families and recipients are going to be participating in games, and we have in the past, to honor their donors and to give recognition to themselves as recipients in honor of their donors who are living fruitful lives thanks to their heroic donors. And so it's really important for the community to know that, yes, we are leading the world in organ, tissue, and eye donation, but there still is a need. And we need to encourage everybody that you know, talk to your families, talk to your friends, let them know that 22 people are dying every day and thousands of other people benefit from tissue donation. And you can simply register a few different ways, one of which is going to www.registerme.org, and you can sign up to be a donor. You can also use the Apple iPhone app, the Health app, the little heart, to just click on that and restate your donor designation. And if you're not registered, you can register there. And that'll add hope, strength, and life to the people who desperately wait, and give recognition to our community here in Nevada and in our great city to make sure we're saving as many people as possible. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to somebody who you will find representative of the heroic efforts that we're undertaking here in Nevada. And she really is somebody who is a hero by her own account, given that she's been touched by the mission. And we have with us Brianna Love, who is going to say a few words and tell you why it's so important. And her family is here. We've got other members of the Transplant Games team here that we'll invite after. But at this point, Brianna, can you say a few words?
Okay. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. In July of 2016, at 11 years old and perfectly healthy my entire life, I got sick.
We got to hear you.
Okay. And my family just thought it was the flu. It was discovered a couple days later that my heart was failing and that I didn't have long to live. Dr. Rollins at Children's Heart Center made the life-saving decision that I needed to go to another state to have the transplant, and that would eventually save my life. Las Vegas doesn't do heart transplants for children or adults, so within an hour I was on flight for life. We chose to go to Salt Lake City, Utah, and Children's Primary Hospital. It's a beautiful hospital, and all the doctors and nurses are amazing. After only 6 weeks, and after several life-saving procedures that included a left ventricular assist device, or LVAD, I was able to receive the gift of life on September 7th of 2016. That date also happens to be my brother's birthday, so now we share that special day together. I was able to walk out of the hospital only 10 days later, and we had to stay in Utah for another 3 months. And on December 17th of 2016, I was able to come home to Las Vegas, Nevada. Life has not changed, other than much I just take medicine to suppress my immune system to prevent rejection of the organ. So I just have to be careful of germs now. I made the dance team at my school, Kennerly Middle School, this year, and we won a couple national titles. I don't know much about my donor hero yet, but we do know that he was a 16-year-old boy from Idaho, and his name is Chris. I try to honor him every day and bring awareness to organ donation and children's heart disease. This summer, I will continue to honor Chris in representing Nevada by competing in the U.S. Donate Life Transplant Games. Thank you, City Council, for your support of the Donate Life cause. This means a lot to my family, and I will do my best to bring home some gold medals.
So that's your family right there?
Yeah.
Would you stand up and tell us who they are?
Okay.
Stand up, family.
So this one over here is my dad, and then the one recording on his tablet is my little brother, and then this one is my mom.
Okay. Well, great. That's a great story. Thank you very much. So on behalf, Joe, come on over here. On behalf of everything that you do, we would like to, the mayor and myself and the entire city council, proclaim April National Donate Life Month in the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations. There you go. Congratulations. Anybody else who want to recognize that there?
Yeah, can we have them come down and take a picture?
Yeah, why don't you all come down here, Joe's entourage, come on down and let's get a picture taken, and thank you for everything that you all do.
I just wanted to say a couple of words as you're coming down. You hear about transplants and you really want to help. There's so many places you want to help. I just wanted to tell you that I have a son who's a professor at the community college. My son went in because there was some strange feeling in his toes. He thought maybe there was just a little problem. Anyway, it turned out that he needed a kidney transplant. He signed up for a kidney transplant, and he waited 3 years before he could get one. That's the shortage we have of donors. I would have donated, but I have an autoimmune disease and my blood's not that good, I guess. But in any case, he did receive one finally. But the panic, the concern on the families that are waiting is great. He also wasn't able to get one from someone here in Nevada. It was back east. But what a gratitude the family feels. I want to tell you from personal experience, the need for donors is so great that if you can do it, please do it. Thank you. Sorry.
Come on in here, Joe. Okay.
I'm just giving things out. So you can come in.
Yeah. Can you see the proclamation? Should we get in front of the podium maybe?
Oh, yeah. Gotta come in here. Yeah, Mayor's gotta get in.
Let's bring it in a little bit.
Right here. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, good job.
Thank you, Stop.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thanks for coming out.
Can I hug it out?
You have a card.
This is my
We're actually having an event. I'm hosting an event to honor veterans and people who help veterans. May, Armed Forces Weekend. Out here at City Hall to dinner. Real hall. Nice. Yeah. You take this for me. You are
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, that was nice.
I don't know if they know the word waiting. Even though I wanted to say we did more than anybody else, we still have more than me.
Right. I know. And there are 600 battles for the current waiting.
I was afraid we were going to get one. But we made it.
Yeah,
Gone well.
that's so great to hear.
We went to the Cleveland Clinic.
Okay.
They called us up in the morning. Everybody camped out.
Wow.
So we did it.
For sharing that. That's important for the community, especially if they Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Oh, they've got, oh yeah, that's the one that they got.
We have to take a 5-minute break for technology once again, so sorry. are we all set up? Are we all set up? And so we are on agenda item 10? Okay. Okay, we are at agenda item 10. And public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We'll set the time for 1 minute here, and I'd like to make mention at this particular time, it's 5 minutes of 11. It's my understanding on agenda item, where is it? 39, we have invited members of our armed forces, former armed forces, our veterans, and we want to thank anyone who's a veteran for your service to our country. We're so indebted to you, and of course to those, and I know certainly our Colonel Soroka is. And so here we are just a few minutes before 11, but for agenda item 39, we are not going to take comment at that time, so this will be your opportunity in the public comment time to make any comments you might want to make, or again at the very end of council meeting today. And so this is come to pass only because of the fact that I've been advised that we had invited our veterans, and just in great appreciation to all of you who have served, or those who are still in service to our country. God bless each one and every one of you. So if you would, anybody who wants to make comment about agenda items 39 and 40, please do so and state your name, and you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Robert Eglett. I think I know most of you on the City Council. I hope you indulge me for more than 1 minute here, because I don't think I can.
No, unfortunately, your name first, if you would, for the record, and no, we cannot do that because it creates an unequal amount of opportunity. So we're just going to hear from the veterans, and public comments just fine.
Well, Madam Mayor, my name is Robert Eglett. I stated that at the beginning of my comments, and I'm here not as a lawyer today, but as a lifelong citizen of Nevada to comment on this item. Our understanding was that this item was being put on for hearing for this City Council meeting by Councilman Soroka. When the agenda came out last week, we noticed it was under the city attorney discussion, and we're suspected that a comment would not be allowed during the hearing of this matter. At any rate, I was assured that the mayor would allow us to make a presentation on this issue, not as an attorney, but as a private citizen. And we have made arrangements for other people other than veterans who have come to speak on this today, including Dr. Mel Pohl, who is a national authority of opiate addiction matters. U.S. Treatment Centers of America Representative Dave Marlin, who's flown in from Nepal.
Yes, and so we've held this till 11, but on advice of council is how we're operating. And in fact, until yesterday, I didn't even know who was invited to speak on agenda items 39 or 40, so it couldn't have been with the knowledge and approval of the mayor. But this is on advice of our legal staff, and if you'd like to make comment, please.
Sure. Assistant City Attorney Terry Ponticello. This item was not set for public hearing, so we are not considering any items for public hearing, but you can certainly make statements during the public comment time, which is at this period. So given the nature of the item, that's
well,
fine.
I would ask
the
that
mayor's
if,
discretion
if
to
I would
allow
ask,
what time you would like.
I'm sorry?
It's the mayor, if you would like to allow him a little more time or all the veterans more time, it is your discretion.
No, I think we're going to stay with the time allotment. We have a heavy agenda that has discussion coming, and I do believe that what I had asked for is for all council to be able to be involved and have all information, that we would have a closed-door session at the time as we get to this. But I see Councilman Soroka. Well, I'm going to turn it back to you, if I could, Ms. Ponticello, and then I see Councilwoman and Councilman Soroka both wanted to make comments.
That is correct. Given the nature of this particular item 39, we are going to be requested that this go into closed session for attorney-client privilege discussion regarding litigation, and that any action will be taken in the public forum.
Okay, thank you. And Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem?
I just feel we need to find some time to hear it from these gentlemen, and it is a mix-up for them. Isn't there some legal way that either after closed session or sometime we can hear from each of them if they want to speak? And the lawyer who has obviously been told he could speak, to give him a longer time. I mean, can we somehow work that in legally?
If it is to the mayors, if you would like to take the public comments, during the item, I would just caution you that you open it up for further discussion, and really what the matter is what to do in pursuing litigation.
Well,
so this is the perfect time to consider the public comments, the public statements from the public. And we have waited till the time that was 11 o'clock, that we thought that all the interested persons would be coming up. So here it is, 11 o'clock. So let's take the public comments.
Okay, perhaps I'm just thinking of the time the gentleman spent in the letter he wrote to us and so forth. Could we now just give him some additional time here? Just one speaker.
Okay, that is the whole issue, actually. First of all, I am hopeful that Mr. Eglett has given a copy of this to our city clerk. If not, you may have my copy. You have one? This is a lot of information, which it took us over 5 minutes just to download it into our monitor and our computers. But the reality is, what we do by opening this up to, even though he's speaking as a citizen but not an attorney, he said, you can't separate this in that vein. And so what we're trying to do, because we are not allowed to meet 4 of us together ever, is get as much information on this subject into the hands of every member equitably, because we, and I can speak only for myself, have had phone calls from around the country that want to be and have their name put in at the time, should the city decide they want to join in the process of filing suit here in any manner. And so he happens to be an attorney, a very well-known one, and if we take him, that could be misconstrued by the courts.
I'll follow legal counsel as I always have.
Good.
It's just I don't feel good about it all. Somehow it should be worked out, I thought.
So I think that's the only thing we can do, and
Madam Mayor, if I may just address that briefly, and I made it clear to Councilman Soroka, and I believe everybody involved here, I'm not here in any capacity to try to solicit this case today. I know what's on the agenda. I'm here simply to talk about the problem we have here in our community as a citizen, what caused the problem, and what are some options for the city. And I'm not here to try to solicit anything.
No, and I know you. You are such an honorable man, and you have helped so many people that I know and done so well. And it is about equally giving information. There was no prior agreement on my part to do anything more than hearing this at 11, so that if these gentlemen that are here and veterans that came in specially to the council to have a comment time. And so it's a discussion item only when we come to 39 and 40, and so that's my decision, Mr. Eglett. And we do have, this is very comprehensive, your information, and we have so much more.
The only thing I would say in response to that, Madam Mayor, if I may, is that people have come in from far away. People have rearranged their schedules, other than
Right.
veterans, to speak today, and I just, and I do have some concern about how the city would take an issue into private session on a matter that is going to affect whether the city potentially ends up with hundreds of millions of dollars at the end of the day, which could
I
be
think
used
now
to...
you're talking about funds to the city. I really would appreciate your having the respect for my decision to please move this through. Let's hear from our veterans that have come here, and anybody who wishes to speak with our legal staff through Brad Jervik, through Ms. Ponicello. I would like you to do that. Any information you can provide to all of our council people is much appreciated, because we are all distraught over this very multifaceted problem here, and we are responsible for the city. So with that, I'd
Can I
like
ask
to
if
turn
there,
on...
at some point in time, will there be a public hearing where the public can address this important issue to our community?
I'm going to turn down to our staff, legal.
Mr. Eglett, it may be possible, depending on the actions taken today, that there'll be another agenda item coming forward, and there'll be time for public discussion.
Mayor, I
Thank you.
just have a question, if I may, because I asked that this item be brought forward, and I thought it was communicated to you, unfortunately, and it appears that it...
Just yesterday, I found out at 3.
And one of the challenges we have in making this decision is getting the most up-to-date and accurate information. And I just, as essentially an expert in this area now, I was wondering if we could have a little bit longer time, for just maybe 2 or 3 minutes instead of just one, for somebody like Mr. Eglett or one of the other experts that may come in here. Is it possible to have that now to help us in our deliberation that we'll have
Well,
shortly?
the only thing I can ask you, and I respect your request, but again, we walk a very tight rope, as you know, here, and have to be very cautious as how we proceed, giving, even though Mr. Eglett has assured us he's just bringing us information, we cannot separate that out. So in order to protect us from future issues with which we might have to deal, that we find ourselves in with other issues that before the council, I've been advised by legal, and I am no lawyer. I am no lawyer, but I'm in a hold to what I've been advised. And I appreciate it. I would ask anybody who has more information than we have a huge amount of information at this point. Appreciate Mr. Eglett's PowerPoint as well, but to make sure it comes to the attention to each council person in perhaps written form or through an attachment, but definitely through legal staff.
So I understand your explanation this way. It helps me that we are, what I hear you saying is we are protecting Mr. Eglett's future interest in this case by saying, hey, we want to be careful about what we allow him versus others, because if we do go forward, we will be considering who to represent the city. And so you've been advised that in order to protect his interest, that we must do this. And I understand that. I'm hopefully, if there are other experts that come up, we can let them have a little bit more time to help us with our decision, because this is new to us.
Well, and having been involved in alcohol drug abuse study for probably 35 years, this is an enormous undertaking on our part, and the information, some data you can make say certain things, and it's not questioning. I would again, because we could be here for weeks on end discussing this, as we all know. Again, if we have experts to submit their names, their contact, any very pertinent current information, to give us a copy through the clerk or through our legal, and again, individually through the council people.
Okay, so that's, it
I
sounds good.
appreciate that.
And we may need to, after hearing all this, after we deliberate, we may want to be able to sit on that information for a little while to help us with our decision instead of voting today. We may want to...
To me, an informed decision, many, unfortunately, decisions are made quickly shooting from the hip, and people come to regret them. And so we want to be very cautious that we are acting from an entire entire database of information that we're doing the right thing as we move forward.
Okay,
And so
I
there's a
appreciate that.
history here as well, because we do have the litigation that took place 15 years ago or so on smoking.
Right.
And so we have a huge amount of information that we have to collect as we make our decision.
Wonderful.
Hopefully, the closed session really is to we make no decision back there other than just to talk about information that's come to us. And I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Ponticello down there.
If I just want, it sounds like maybe my mindset is shifting now to this is a great information gathering day and having an opportunity to sit and discuss when we normally cannot with each other. And then we may have an opportunity later to make a vote on it. But right now, we'll take all the information we can.
That's, you are spot on right there, and that's
Okay.
it. Without jeopardizing his opportunity, which you articulated so clearly.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that said, I would just ask that you consider allowing people other than veterans who have come here today to testify, to
I can't,
say
I'm
what they
sorry.
have.
Can't do that. We were asked specifically at 11 o'clock for our veterans. That information got to me at 3, and there was no confirmation of anybody else that was coming as an expert. And so we want to vet who the experts were, if they have a bias on something or not. So this is not agendized for that. We have to be agendized for what we're going to do.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If there's, aside from veterans, anybody here that wants to speak on item 39, whether they're an expert or not, they can come forward during this time period, public comment. And I'm recommending at this time, instead of engaging in further dialogue, that we just take the public comments and move forward with the public comment.
Under the time allotment.
Under the time allotment.
Right. And so you really can't share too much in a minute. I realize that. Of course, at the end of council today, we have a second public comment time, and so that does allow for more time. But we always have this one a first opportunity because many people have to get to work or have other issues with which to deal. So to give them an opportunity to speak, at least to address and not be repetitive of others, but this was specifically requested at 11 o'clock for our veterans, which was what was told to me. But as Ms. Ponticello just said, it is public comment, and anybody can come up on any issue as long as it's on the agenda and have a minute at this time, and then later on they could have more time. So I thank you, and if
Thank
you
you,
will
Ms.
come forward
Madam Mayor.
and state your name for the record. And any of you who happen to be on the expert list to which Mr. Eglett was referring, will you please be sure to submit your name and your reference information to our city clerk up front here. And of course, we're all online and in the newspaper and how to get us your information. At the time, if this does go forward, then everybody will have more time as it is on the agenda and appropriate to speak. So are you a veteran?
I am.
And I thank you on behalf of all of us for your service to our country.
I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. My name is Matthew DeFalco, and the last time I was here was in the fall. I'm a member of the Vegas Valley Hand Crew, which is a team of firefighters who fought a dozen wildfires last summer, and we were honored to be awarded by the City Council in the fall.
You look familiar, and I couldn't figure out where it was from, but you look so young, too. Thank you.
So my name is Matthew DeFalco, like I said. Veterans are twice as likely as non-veterans to die from accidental overdoses of opioids, particularly those who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. More than 20 veterans commit suicide every day in America. In my opinion, over-medication of opioids is a contributing factor to the extraordinarily high rate of veterans in America. I commend you all for taking this epidemic seriously, and I encourage you to do whatever is possible to address this crisis, in this case, joining the suit. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And you do know that Councilman Soroka's been back to Washington on this very subject, along with Arnold Stock and representatives of the city, because we are so terribly concerned. And I didn't know we are not supposed to be entering in dialogue, but I wanted you specifically to know that, and he's our representative.
That doesn't surprise me. We're honored to have Colonel Soroka on the City Council to represent veterans in Las Vegas.
So
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mayor. I'm Dr. Mel Pohl, Chief Medical Officer at Las Vegas Recovery Center. And, you know, a minute is hard to do justice to the topic. So I guess I would just pick out a few comments. One is that opioids are alive and well and a continuing problem in our city and in our state. Opiate prescriptions, and now a heroin epidemic that's also been turned into a fentanyl epidemic. 42,000 Americans died last year of opiate overdose. The role of the pharmaceutical company is huge. They basically convinced the medical community that it was a good idea to prescribe these very potent drugs for chronic pain conditions. They falsified information. They've been called on the carpet in many different settings, and I would urge the city to consider holding them accountable and covering some of the costs, the vast costs that have come to our community. And I'll give the city
clerk, if
my
you would
card.
be good enough to get his card. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
We
you.
would like, if you had a second one too, could we have a second card so we can give it to legal, please? Thank you very much for coming down. I'm sure you're going to be a wealth of information for us going forward.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Cedric Creer again, 1931 Mill Circle, Councilman-elect Ward 5. I just wanted to reiterate what has been said. I think the importance of addressing this pressing issue of opioid addiction, as well as the doctor mentioned, heroin addiction, has really consumed our community. We are not indifferent than any other communities that have happened. My father was a doctor, and he specialized in substance abuse, and so I've been dealing with and hearing about substance abuse my entire life, and I hope the city takes whatever action it can to help mitigate this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and hopefully you'll be sworn in, so you'll be working on it. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Richard Small. I was with Councilman Soroka in Washington. Want to thank you for being part of the Mayor's Challenge. The problem of drugs obviously related to veteran suicide and many, many other emotional issues that have affected my life and the life of people that I've known very closely. 49 years ago, I was on the other side of the world. So thank you very much for the interest and your time.
It's more than interest, I can assure you. We're very, 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 very concerned, and we will work to fix this.
The Veterans Treatment Court as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
All helping us.
Thank you for coming down. Thank you for your service. So grateful to you.
Good morning. My name is Roxy Johnson. I'm a combat veteran, U.S. Air Force retired. I also was in Washington with Councilman Soroka. We started a lot of good things, and we have a long way to go. As a combat veteran, the first thing that they do when we come back home being injured is pop us full of opiates, and then they abruptly take them away. 2 years ago, one of my battle buddies was addicted to the opiates. He was cut off from a mall. I got a call from his mother on June 13th, 2016, that my battle buddy committed suicide because he couldn't take the pain anymore. And he's just one of many who get in that situation because they pop pills on us, abruptly take them away, and expect us to cope. We really need to have more medical people out there who can help and do alternative medicine instead of popping pills. Thank you.
Thank you for your service and for joining in on this. It's so critical.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Guidry. I'm an Air Force veteran. This is my husband, Peter Guidry. We run a local veteran nonprofit that raises awareness for ending veteran suicide. I'm going to read it because I didn't know we had such a short time and I don't want to miss anything, but I want to thank the council and especially Councilman Steve Soroka. He knows how important this is to me, for giving us a voice, at least. People think because I run a nonprofit ending veteran suicide that public speaking is natural or easy for me, but it's so far from my comfort zone. However, I am versed in speaking about difficult things, and if we don't talk about difficult things, they tend to, at best, stay the same or get worse. The worst thing that happened to me was getting prescribed hydrocodone for fibroid pain, and I asked the doctor two things because my mother is very holistic. I said, are they addictive? And can you conceive while taking these? And the answer to the first one was no, they are not addictive, and yes, you can conceive. And both of those was a lie. I believe that, I'm sorry. And as we all know, the truth is opioids should only be prescribed to you for only 2 weeks at a time if you have some type of surgery, only for 2 weeks. Or if you're in some type of disease pain where you're dying and it's severe pain. I was getting 180 pills every single month sent to my home. I can share so much more, but I asked the correct questions, and either way I was lied to. They needed to either do more studies or they didn't know. I believe with all my heart that the probability for dependence, based on the fact that they know that it affects your dopamines, which is your pleasure senses, that they knew that this medication would possibly be addictive. I believe with all my heart that. And I also believe that they thought potential revenue was more important than people's lives, the people who fought for them to have the freedoms to sit there and prescribe that medication.
We appreciate your coming down.
Thank you.
We appreciate your service. It's just, it is tragic, and we are very, 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 very much involved, and we'll make sure it's right. It is, but it is such a huge issue. Is it the doctor? Is it the pharmaceutical? Is it choice? There's so many parts to it, and we just want to do the right thing. So we appreciate it. We appreciate your service, and hope your life is a good one.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mike Kelly. I am the chair of the Nevada Democratic Veterans and Military Families Caucus, and I am an Army veteran. A few months back, I lost a friend of mine to suicide. He was suffering. He had been accused of something several years ago that he was actually falsely accused of. And he was cleared, and he could never deal with the emotional blowback from it, and he went to get counseling. He received all the necessary counseling, but it finally took its toll in January. Young guy, 2 kids, just divorced, decided to shoot himself. That's a tragedy in and of itself. The tragedy I just recently found out was that he was using opioids. He had actually been prescribed for pain, and in addition to antidepressants that he had been taking, he was also taking opioids. I urge that you respond to this in some form or fashion for him and his family, because right now, 2 young children are without their dad, and something needs to be done.
We couldn't agree with you more.
And I thank you.
Thank you so much.
And the veterans community thanks you abundantly.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor. And good morning, Council. Well, thank you. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for having this discussion on this epidemic.
Who are you? Oh, right. I'm so amazed.
Oh, I am
to see
so
you.
sorry. Ruben Keywen, member of Congress in the 4th Congressional District.
Right.
Yes. I want to say thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for taking up this issue, for having this discussion and allowing the public to come and comment on this as well. I couldn't miss this opportunity to come and just say a few words. Thank you for taking the leadership of tackling this epidemic, not only here in Las Vegas, but in the state of Nevada and all across the country. And I did just want to give some numbers of the recent omnibus bill that just got passed that's going to help with tackling this issue. The omnibus bill that just passed included a $3.2 billion increase for programs to respond to the opioid crisis, including a $2.7 billion increase for HHS for prevention, treatment, surveillance, research to development, medication, behavioral workforce, training, and support for children and families. So we are taking this issue seriously at the federal level. We're very hopeful that here at the local level and at the state level that we also take the initiative. I think all of us, Madam Mayor, know somebody who is affected by this epidemic, and I'm hoping that let's start being proactive instead of reactive. So thank you so much, Mayor.
Congressman, I have to tell you, we're so proud of our representatives in Washington that really are getting behind this. I know for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I have signed on to everything that we can do. We know it's a huge problem, and my only regret is that you haven't signed up again.
Thank you,
But
Mayor.
we
I
thank you
echo
for
that,
coming
Mayor.
down, and if you would
Yeah.
be good enough, those notes, unless they're in your own scribble, could we give them to our city clerk, please?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Congressman, we thank you for being here, and we will appreciate your help in the future to allow the VA to prescribe something for pain other than opioids, such as medical marijuana, CBD, that would really help our veteran community who's been directly targeted by the marketing of these opioids. And medical marijuana is a really good option for our veterans that are in pain. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman.
You've always been a friend to us, and we're a friend to you.
Thank you,
Just
Mayor.
want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for your service. Three things.
Your name, please.
My name's Dave Marlin. I'm the CEO of Solutions Recovery, the Vice President of American Addiction Centers, representing by far the largest drug and alcohol treatment center in Nevada. We help thousands of people, including we're a Veterans Choice provider, helping veterans, and it's my honor to do so. I've been working in healthcare in Nevada for over 30 years. In 2016, 230 million opiate prescriptions were written in the United States. 230 million. That's enough to get every man, woman, and child high for 3 weeks. My point is that this is even a bigger problem than we realize on how prolific it is. I founded and opened a drug rehab here in Las Vegas just over 12 years ago. I also founded a coalition trying to combat drug and alcohol proliferation called the CARE Coalition, which still exists, and I was happy to help found that. I also founded a nonprofit doing education called the Solutions Foundation. I've been dedicated to addressing this epidemic, and if I could help any one of you to meet individually or as a group, I want to make myself available to do it.
We would
And I
love
wanna-
to have your card if we could, if you'll give one to the clerk, and we'll give one to our attorney's office so that we make sure as we move forward that we have as much information before we move forward. So I
Thank
can't
you.
thank you enough for what you do for older people, young people in this community to help fight this horrible problem. So we thank you so much for coming down, spending the time here with us, and just make sure if you change any phone number or anything, let us know, please.
Thank you. Lastly, I'm going to endorse you consider Egglet Prince in pursuing Big Pharma.
Dave, thank you for flying back from India to be here today. It looks like you just made it in time.
Good morning, Mayor
Morning.
Goodman, council members. My name is Lupe Figueroa. I'm a current Gulf War veteran, served in the United States Navy.
Thank you for your service.
I am currently the president of a nonprofit organization called Veterans for Actions. Our organization currently serves over 500 Nevada veterans and their families. Over the years, we have served thousands of additional veterans and their families regarding their medical, social, and financial issues. Many of our veterans who have served our nation with bravery and distinction have become addicted to opioids. This addiction was caused by the misinformation that was provided by the pharmaceutical industry to our veterans and their medical providers. As a result, we currently have thousands of veterans in our state whom have opioid addictions and have died from opioid overdose. Given the above, this is called to action. Therefore, on behalf of veterans in our cities, I'm requesting that you take legal actions against the greedy pharmaceutical companies that have damaged our city and caused deaths to so many veterans. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and Colonel Sorioka, sir, and Mayor Pro Tem, nice to meet you again, ma'am. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa, and thank you for your service. Anyone else?
Hello.
Hi, and your name, please?
Hi, how are you? My name is Christina Alfonso. Hi, how you doing?
I'm Christina Alfonso. I am the founder of Blissful Vets. It's a peer-to-peer group that helps veterans that are transitioning with the help of education of cannabis. And so, briefly, I just want to thank you for having this opportunity to speak with you, because I would not be here if it wasn't for the help of cannabis. I attempted suicide 4 times with opiates. I listened to my family, I listened to my friends. My mother, who just retired from doing 27 years inside of the military as well, did not know how to do. She did not know. So because of cannabis, I was able to rehabilitate my life. It did not happen overnight. I tell every veteran that I deal with that cannabis does not change your credit. It just allows you to really understand and cope that you have, you know, an issue that you have to fix, and it just allows you to fix them because the problems are still there, and we have lots of them. But with opioids, I could not function. I was a total zombie. I did not know if somebody was talking to me, yelling at me, or not.
We know how bad they are.
Yes, ma'am.
Certainly, but hopefully you have any of your contact in the organization that you represent and have created, if you will make sure that we have that information, our city clerk, so we can call upon you as the dialogue goes forward.
It would be an honor. It would be an honor. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your service. Please thank your mother.
Yes. Oh, she will.
Thank you.
To be good.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and respected members of the City Council. My name is Pastor Mario Rodriguez, and I serve as the C3 Church Community Senior Pastor, which is located at 501 North Mojave Road, 89101. My church has several thousand members, and a few of our community members have been victims of the opium epidemic that has struck our city. Members of the City Council, we know that big pharmaceutical companies have caused this epidemic because they misled the medical community and the public regarding the addictiveness of opiates, so they could get more customers to use opiates. As a result, the companies have made millions of dollars in profits, while our city has sustained many millions of dollars in losses. Worse yet, because of this epidemic, hundreds of innocent people have lost their lives in Las Vegas. These lost lives are not figures. They represent the loss of someone's son, daughter, wife, husband, or friend. Because of these reasons, I urge all of you, especially Council Coffin, who represents my area, in the area of my church, to take immediate action. I urge you to act as soon as possible, because every day that you wait, or we wait, results in death of more innocent souls because of the terrible epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for caring and for all that you do to help our community in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Fierro. Reside at 1813 Calle de España, 89102. Mayor, members of the council, I would urge that if you want to know more about the threat, how Las Vegas was among the very first cities in America to be targeted for the new generation of heroin dealers who capitalized on the Oxy epidemic, that you take the time to read the book Dreamland by Sam Quinones. It was Oxy that primed America for the rebirth of today's heroin epidemic. The makers of OxyContin are responsible for the loss of countless American lives, but they're also costing local taxpayers millions upon millions of dollars. I would urge that you take action to force the makers of OxyContin to begin to repay the taxpayers of the city of Las Vegas for the criminal and financial devastation that they have inflicted. Thank you.
Thank you for all that you've done for our community over the years, Mark.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close our public hearing, and again, thank you, our veterans. We wouldn't be here being able to hold this day today if it weren't for the sacrifices you've made and others who've been with you. So thank you for your service to our country. And for those of you who know what this problem is, it is enormous, and we need to do the right thing. And this council will work very hard to make sure we move forward in a cautious, wise, prudent, and successful manner. So thank you again. Appreciate your service. And Pastor, again, thank you for coming down. You touch our grassroots every day and the young people.
Mayor, if
So-
I could, as we go, just to say, I appreciate the veterans coming down. I knew nearly everyone that spoke today on a personal level, and this is a very personal challenge for them also to be here. So I want to give a great accolades to each one of you that stepped up. It means a lot to the community, and it took a lot of moral courage on your effort to step forward. And if there are other veterans or other people that didn't get a chance to speak now, at the end of the meeting today is another period of public comment. We don't know what time that'll be. That'll be at the end of the meeting, whenever that is. So if there's others that wanted to share, please let them know they can come. When we get to the end, the mayor asks for public comment again at the end of the meeting. And in between there, we will be addressing this issue here and in a backroom, closed-door session. So thank you for stepping up and appreciate all your efforts. Really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel, and I would add, you've all made a record, and that's what the important piece is here, rather than taking your whole day. And you're welcome to stay and wait for public comment again, but the reality is we are just a very good group here, very balanced opinion, and of course, we have some wonderful people from the press here, and everything, of course, is recorded. So this is open, and you call your council person for any future, anything that you want to communicate, but more especially if you have new data that you can submit, please do so. Make sure you're getting it to your council person or to our legal staff, and certainly to my office. But again, we appreciate your service. We care as much, or even if it's possible, more. So just know we're in this together. This is our community. This is a national problem, and there's so many pieces to it. But we want a level playing field here, and we want to make sure that we don't act in haste. So we want to make sure it's right, because we want to see the problem ameliorated, and we want to move forward. So again, thank you, and thank you, Colonel. Thank you for being on that committee. To agenda item 11. For possible action, any items the council staff, applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I was so involved in that.
You have to turn on your mic, and then where's the sheet? Was there anything?
I didn't get a sheet.
Were there any?
Thank you very much. Item number 24, Mayor, Bill number 20185, provides a preliminary or skeleton form, an amendment to the Unified Development Code to establish a required process for public engagement in connection with the repurposing of certain golf courses and open spaces. Action has been requested by staff to obey to 4/18/2018.
And would you be good enough to repeat the number of that agenda item?
The number of the agenda item is 44.
44. I misunderstood. I thought you said 24. So agenda, there's a motion, and that's your motion?
That is the motion, Mayor,
Okay.
just that one item.
Okay, agenda item 44, a motion has been made to obey that to the 18th of April. So please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Move on to agenda item 12. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the February 12, 2018 special city council, March 7, 2018 regular city council meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Okay. Items 13 through 33 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by their departments and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on item 20 because it pertains to medical marijuana-related businesses, and one of my sons involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any items that the council members would like to bring forward? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to have you make this motion then.
Move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda items 13 through 33. Thank you very much. You learn something every day. I had no idea I couldn't even make a motion because of that one agenda item. Okay, we are now into, what happened? Didn't come through? Oh, sorry. Oh, see, I moved on already. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 34. Public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1485, Alta Drive landscape maintenance, fiscal year 2019, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Hello. Good morning.
Turn on your mic.
There it is. It's on.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. For the record, Alan Pavelka, City Engineer for the City of Las Vegas. Item 34 is a public hearing for Special Improvement District 1485, Alta Drive. And it's between Rancho Drive and approximately 275 west of Lacey Lane. This SID covers the annual maintenance costs for landscape maintenance and utility services for a period of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th of 2019. The total assessment will remain the same as it's been in recent previous years at $75,800 and is paid 100% by the property owners. I'm here to answer any questions.
I'd like to ask, how come, is it because people sell their homes on Alta and therefore you may have new ownership that is assessed that, or why do we do this every year? Why wasn't it done initially?
It's the monies that are assessed to reassess the fact that you have the SID stays.
Okay.
Yeah, it's assessed annually based on what the current expenses are, so.
Okay. Any comments, questions? It is a public hearing. Anyone who has a comment here, please come forward, state your name for the record. Okay, I'll close public comment. And anybody from here? Any? No? Councilwoman.
I would like to point out something and emphasize what you said, and that is it's paid for by the residents of that strip of land.
Correct.
So often I have people say how beautiful this is. I wish the city would do this for us. And then I even had a lady, and she, in good conscience and wanting to improve her community, she wanted it done on her street, the landscaping. I have to explain, that landscaping is above average because the residents pay every penny. And I believe this year that we didn't have anybody who complained. I'm not sure. We might have had one.
Yeah, we typically get questions every year from the residents, and a lot of times it's people that have just bought the homes new and are getting used to the additional cost. But that's all up front in the real estate in the document, so it's not that they should be surprised. And yeah, as far to my knowledge, there were no written protests.
We were not aware of any in our office either. So that shows that, and also it seems that the company's doing a good job. I've had a lot of people compliment on it.
Thank you.
Of course, we'll watch every inch of it. But I move to approve.
Okay, well, I just read in my notes it doesn't need to be approved. We don't need a motion on this?
No, this is merely a public hearing. No action is required.
Okay. So thank you very much.
I
We'll
don't
move
have
on
to
to
move.
agenda item 35. Public hearing on local improvement district, special improvement district number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District. This must be the same. Fiscal year 2019, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th, Ward 3, with you, Councilman Coffin.
For the record, Alan Pavelka, and I have with me Alicia Auk. She's our project manager that oversees our special improvement districts. She's here to answer the hard questions. This assessment is, the assessment for this district will be suspended from July 1st, 2018 through June 30th to 2019 due to a surplus of funds acquired through previous assessments. Although no assessments are being levied, NRS 271 requires the district to be levied each year. The maintenance of the district is funded 100% by the property owners through this SID. This public hearing is just a formality to abide the statutes NRS 271, and no written protests have been filed by the city clerk's office.
Thank you. Public hearing, anybody wishing to speak on these items? Closing public hearing, Councilman. No motion, no question. Thank you very much. We will move on to agenda item 36. Public hearing, discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $5,589.49 in out-of-pocket costs and $19,500 civil penalties for a total of $29,089.49 recorded against property located 1712 Fairfield. Property owner Nouri Kustia et al. And Shahab Tahir and Fahima, Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. Code Enforcement Supervisor Vicky Ozuna. The item before you today is a public hearing for a request of waiver of the civil penalties at the request of the current property owner of 1712 Fairfield Avenue. The City Council designee approved a lien of assessment on this property on October 27th, 2015 of $25,089.49. consisting of civil penalties of $19,500. The current property owner was the owner at the time of the abatement. The property owner is requesting a waiver of civil penalties that have been assessed on the property, and as of Monday, April 2nd, Code Enforcement performed an inspection and verified that the property is open and accessible and that there are homeless living on site. Staff is recommending denial of this waiver request.
Thank you. If you'd like to speak, or one of you, and please introduce yourself. And
Yes.
then after that, I'm going to go to our planning and find out, or councilman and public hearing. So please.
Good morning. This is Q Nouri, one of the partners. This property have 4 partners, so I'm just going to speak behalf of the other 4 partners. And first of all, about the latest things that I received a report 2 days ago by a fellow officer, and we just went there yesterday and took care of it and secured the property. The property is already just, get a call from officer that they waived and closed the case. And about the charges, we have a vacant property next to us. All those trash and stuff was in that property, and they charge us in our parcel. All those charges just came to our parcel without I receiving any notice or a document or a letter in all 4 addresses that we have. And the only one that we received like 4 months ago, that was about $120. We went there and cleaned the area, and they waived and closed that case as well. So we wanted to just remove all these charges, which is about $25,000, which is not us. They just charge in a different person, a different property to our parcel.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the community that want to speak on this issue? I'll close public hearing, and I'm going to turn this, unless there are any questions from council, I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Coffin.
All right, so when no additional staff members are here to speak about the condition and so on. Vicki, then, thank you. My question is, did I hear correctly in saying that it still looks disheveled and open?
Yes, the building is still in a state of public nuisance until apparently yesterday when they removed the occupants who were living on site. It was an open, accessible building. I also would like to comment on the owner's comments about that we charged them incorrectly. Unfortunately, I don't have really good pictures, but these are pictures of the original abatement that show that this is this building, that we did the abatement on. The abatement consisted of securing and boarding and cleaning up all the refuse and waste on this property. It had nothing to do with the property next door. And also in our case notes, the officers that worked this case were speaking to somebody that stated they were their property manager, and they didn't want to pay the cost to secure it, so the city went ahead and secured it. So.
So we have some picture too, that it shows all these trash. that
Okay,
you
Your
just
Honor,
took
so
in.
one of the partners has requested a chance to show some pictures too. Would they be different than what we're looking at now?
Yes, they are these different pictures. Yes, this is different pictures.
Are your pictures dated?
The pictures is dated on your phone, but it's not dated right on the, when we print it, it's not dated. But we took those pictures 4 months ago, on month of, it was November 2017, when we came over to see what's going on with our property.
No, these pictures.
Yeah. Again, state your name for the record. I know you introduced yourself one time, so say your name for the record again.
My name is, Q is first name, last name is Noori, N-O-O-R-I.
This is the picture of the empty land, which is...
Yeah.
Your name, please.
You have to give your name.
One of your partners was wanting to talk.
You want to talk something?
Yeah, just wanted to...
Just say about these pictures.
Yes. This picture, good morning, Your Honor. This
Please
picture
state your name first for the record.
Yes, my name is Kutsia Noori, one of the partner of this location.
Okay, thank you.
And you're welcome. This picture that you see, it is one of the picture of the vacant land that was land of the homeless people that was living in this area. And they was putting all the trash from this land into our property. And let me show you the other picture, please. Yeah, this picture. This picture that you see, this is our property, and this is the empty land which is next to us. All the trash is inside this, and there was so many homeless people was living in this. And they was dropping all the trashes down here. You can see it down there on this wall. This is the wall, and this is the other empty piece of land. And do you want me to show you some? Do you want me to show you some other pictures too?
Your Honor, I don't want to see any other pictures at this moment. What I would like to ask Ms. Azuna about is how many visits have we made to this property?
When we did the initial abatement, we did... We inspected the property at that time, back in 2015, 12 inspections to make sure the property was clean, secured, and through the abatement process. We've had subsequent complaints. This is a property owner who does not have somebody here in town to take care of this property. And, you know, on Monday when we went out, we notified them as soon as possible to let them know that the property was open and accessible so that they could secure it up. This initial complaint, too, came in from Metro because they've had a lot of problems with this property and the homeless and people residing there, so.
Thank you. To the owners, you had requested this item be put on our agenda because you feel like the master or the person who adjudicates these things for us was not giving enough ground or enough leeway for you on the application to try to limit the fees. Is that fair to say?
So let me just, add it up. First of all, when they claim that they notice us about all these issues, we never receive any notice, any certified mail, any regular mail to all those 4 addresses to know what's going on to our property. Last year in July, we came over and we paid the property tax
There was no issue, no problem. All of a sudden, by October, we found it out, 30,000 fine about throwing trash, not picking up. And then we discovered there's an officer, his name, Officer Parker, I believe, it's a Parker. And he was he was there, and he was witness that all these trashes belong to that vacant land, and you guys is here to taking care of your property. And there was somebody living at that time right there, and we have a good friend of a family friend. We sent them over to take this person out, and we called the police like 3 weeks ago. We just came back again, and he was still there. The police just told us we cannot take him out while the gates is closed. We cannot go in over the gate or just jumping over the other side to take this person out. And finally, yesterday, the other officer just called me, and when I asked the guy to just leave, he left without any difficulty. And I just got a guy to just board it up, secure the area, and put locks the whole 4 gates, and clean it up, the fronts. Now is a perfect shape for anybody to go and take a look at it and check it out.
Question I have here, is this property for sale?
Excuse me?
Is this property for sale?
This property is not for sale yet due to the real estate situation is not that good at this time. When we bought from the very first day, like 12 years ago, for the 6 years or 7 years that we just put them on rent, we had a lot of difficulty. And I have a wish from the city, from your beautiful, your honors, if you can just put a high in this particular area. For 30 years, it's called no man land. Anybody invest right over there, they lose all the investment. Like we lost a lot of money. We are like a regular working people. We just got together to just make some money on the property, but unfortunately we lost a lot of money. And plus, like this gentleman, we send him over to watch like once a week, and every week that he watch, he clean, and somebody break out again.
Okay, so you've answered my question, which is, it's not for sale. You're not even attempting to rent it out. You are not rehabilitating the property. You have not indicated a commitment to invest in it. You simply board it up and then go back to wherever you live. And I'm not sure if that's California.
California.
Okay. Well, that's not good enough for that neighborhood. That neighborhood is recovering. The recession is over. It is true that not all land values have come back, but many of them are exceeding the land values of 10 years ago. So that's no excuse. We can't have this happen continuously where it just drags down everybody else's incentive to clean up their property back there. So I'm going to say that let's make an offer to you, and you either agree or we let you walk away and pay the whole deal. It is that I'm willing to make a motion to abate or to forgive half of the non-cash cost. That's approximately half of the $19,500. That's in approved daily civil penalties. Those are legitimate penalties that have been assessed by the taxpayers now on you because the taxpayers had to clean your property up and, of course, make lots of visits. I cannot approve a waiver of out-of-pocket cost. That is actual cash out of pocket. But inside that $19,000 is an awful lot of administrative time, and an awful lot of our own staff time has been there. So we have watched, we've listened to neighbors. We know that you're not doing all that you could do. So I'm going to offer to you the chance to have half of that non-cash, if you will, out-of-pocket expense. If you have a mind to accept that, say so now, so that the waiver would be, you'd still be stuck with about roughly $9,700 of the civil penalties and the $5,500 of out-of-pocket cost. But you would be liable for the rest. So
If I can say something, please.
Well, you'll have to say pretty much. You either cannot afford to pay it, or
We cannot afford to pay, first of all. And second of all, as I mentioned before, we didn't get notice to just come and act on time. We had this family friends once a week coming over and clean it out, and you watch for that one. And for something that we didn't know, and those charges came out from someplace else, while we all struggle these days, Your Honor, we all struggle. We just, don't you think that we just invest those money, that we are people of money, or we don't care, just, $20,000, $30,000 we pay? We really struggle for our life, all four partners of this property right there. But the question is, what the city did for this area, for our investment.
The question is, do you want to accept a reduced cost and pay that, or do you want the full cost to be assessed?
We just, we all want you, Honor, to just help us to reduce more that we can afford.
Trying to help you, but we don't see an intent to keep your property up.
Definitely, we're gonna just get together to just keep it up and bring it back to rent. Whoever difficulty is there for always.
Do you want to meet with your partners off to the side, and then we could bring you back in a few minutes?
Sounds good.
To let you tell us what you will do.
Sounds great. We will, definitely.
Okay, Your Honor, if we might obey this, let it trail for a little while.
Okay, we'll trail this item until we hear back from you, and I see Mr. Ortiz back there.
Mr. Ortiz in the very back of the room will meet with you.
Could you put your hand up?
Great.
Here he comes. He'll meet with you.
I really
right
appreciate
back
it.
there.
Very much appreciate that.
Okay. All right, we are trailing this item, and I gather you must have another item, so while we're trailing that one, we are now moving on to agenda item 37. Public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a nuisance notice and order for failed inspection fees of $680 and assess daily civil penalties up to $48,000, and to authorize the recording of a lien against property located at 3004 Burton. Property owner is Nathaniel Levitt. This is Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and so let's get started.
Okay. Good morning again, Madam Mayor, Council. Code Enforcement Supervisor Vicky Ozina. Today's item is a request to approve daily civil penalties and approve a lien against the property at 3004 Burton Avenue as a result of noncompliance by the property owner Nathaniel Levitt. Code Enforcement received a complaint on December 20th, 2016 for an unpermitted rear structure. Code Enforcement verified that the structure was built within the required setback and built without permits during an inspection conducted on December 21st, 2016. During this inspection, a correction notice for unpermitted work advising the owner to obtain a permit or remove the structure was issued. Code Enforcement re-inspected the property on January 4, 2017. The officer verified that the work continued on the building without permits being obtained. The owner advised the officer on January 9, 2017 that a pre-application meeting had been scheduled with the planning department to start the variance process. On this date, Code Enforcement also inspected and verified that additional work had been completed on the building. On January 11, 2017, Code Enforcement was requested by the building official, Chris Knight, to post a red tag on the property advising the owner to cease all building activity on the property. On April 17, 2017, the item was heard before the Planning Commission, where it was the variance request was denied for the attached garage addition built within the 5-foot setback area. The applicant delayed the hearings by requesting to hold council meetings in advance for May 17th and June 21st, 2017. On September 20th, 2017, the variance request was heard by City Council and denied. Council gave the owner 90 days to bring the structures into compliance or demolish. On October 10, 2017, a permit application was started with the Building and Safety Department by the owner, but the plans were not completed. On December 6, 2017, Code Enforcement issued a notice and order to demolish the structure or obtain permits, and bring the structure into code compliance. The compliance date given was December 20th, 2017. On December 14, 2017, the owner submitted plans for review to the Building and Safety Department. On January 11, 2018, Building and Safety approved the plans and a permit was issued. February 27, 2018, Code Enforcement issued a revised notice and order and inspected the property and verified no work had occurred to bring the property into compliance by moving the wall out of the setback area. The request is to assess civil penalties from December 21st, 2017 through March 26, 2018, or 96 days at $500 per day, which equals $48,000. Code Enforcement has also issued criminal citations for the violations of the building permit required and the zoning setback violation, with violation dates of April 15, 2017 through September 1st, 2017. The owner has also obtained a gate fence permit that was finalized on March 27, 2018, and is the approved height. On April 3rd, 2018, verification by the building inspections from Building and Safety was completed and verified the wall has been moved into the required setback. Let me rephrase that, out of the required setback area. Civil penalties are being assessed for the zoning setback violation only. So until the wall was moved back the 2 feet, the property was in violation. I also want to respond to a memo that was submitted by the attorney Andrew Levitt on behalf of his client to all of you yesterday to respond to some of his comments. The owner's attorney states that on March 12, 2018, that Nathaniel Levitt was advised by myself that I had changed my mind on issuing criminal citations. Is not true. I discussed with him that of the need to meet with him, and that if he chose not to meet with myself and my staff, that we would proceed with a request of prosecution through the city attorney's office if he chose not to show up to the meeting. So there was no discussion of we're not going to issue criminal citations. It was you can show up to the meeting or we will just proceed through the city attorney's office. Mr. Levitt is also alleging that there are up to 90 houses in his neighborhood that are in violation. If they want to provide addresses of the properties that they feel are in violation, Code Enforcement will investigate, but staff will not proactively go out to address these violations in this area. The owner's attorney also states that Mr. Levitt is a third-generation fireman. As a city employee, he should know better than to build a building without permits. Staff requests approval of the daily civil penalties in the amount of $48,680 in failed inspection fees for a total of $48,680.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 37? Okay, I'll close public hearing, and would you care to make comments after you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Andrew Levitt on behalf of Mr. Nathaniel Levitt, who's also here. I do have an exhibit. It's the memo I did send to all the council members yesterday. I'd like to have it marked and make part of the record. We're not here about a building being built without a permit, okay? When I came in here in September the penalties are not relating to any permit, okay? We dealt with that on September 20th, 2017. The home addition was unintentionally placed 2 feet into the setback, okay? The protesters got together. They didn't like the home addition. They got together, they organized, and they got the variance denied. We came in here on September 20th. This council denied the variance request for 2 feet on 2 sides. That's it. And we were here, I told the council, I said, look, all that's going to happen is we're going to have to spend, and we have spent over $25,000 to move those 2 walls in from an unintentional mistake. Those 2 walls were moved in, and the building is 100% in compliance now. Now, one of the protesters that was here, Mr. Thorndall, his home, and I'll put a picture of it here, and I pointed this out at the, when we were arguing this. I'm just kind of revert back a little bit. I mean, his addition is literally sitting on the neighbor's wall, and he was one of the protesters that came in here to protest this 2-foot setback that was denied by this council. And if you go, and I attached as an exhibit to that memo, probably 27, 28 pictures of all of these houses in that community. And we're not, I'm just kind of giving the council a background here of what occurred, that are all 100% in violation. And according to Mr. Zuno, when we met with her, she said that all of those had gotten variances. We would be surprised at how many variances were given to all of those 90 homeowners so that they could build in a setback. But when we came in, we couldn't get the 2-foot, which is fine. But when we did come in here, Councilwoman Tarkanian, she said that she wanted to be fair and give them some time to bring this into compliance. And that was good, and we appreciated that. And Councilwoman Tarkanian asked staff how long it would take to get a permit. And staff said that it would be 90 days, okay? And so 90 days was December 20th, okay? Now, what staff said is staff said to get permits in to make modifications to bring it up to code. You can't touch the building. It was red tagged a year ago. We couldn't make any modifications until we got a permit. Now, the exact language, because I went back and I listened to the tape, right? The exact language was to get permits in to make modifications to bring it up to code. So we got the permit on January 11th. Okay, so it's 20 days late, okay, before we could get the permit. And we did everything we can. You talk to staff, I mean, it was lightning speed. We had to redo the plans, and in the memo, I put on there, page 4 and 5, everything that was done to get the permit and to bring it so that we could make the modifications. But we can't make any, they're penalizing us because we couldn't make any modifications without the permit. But this council specifically said, okay, to get the permits, to make the modifications, to bring it up to code. They gave us 90 days to get the permits, okay? We were 20 days late. Again, this home addition is now 100% in compliance with all city code requirements, and it has been. Now, there's no factual or legal reason to assess these penalties, okay? We're 20 days late, and with 20 days, that's 10,000, okay? In other words, it took us we were 20 days past Councilwoman Tarkanian's and staff's gracious extension to give us those 20 days. Now, first of all, it was unintentional, okay? We've paid all penalties and fees, okay? This isn't, you're right, it was built without a permit and it was built in the setback. We've paid all of those penalties and fees. We paid those back in September. We've paid all penalties, all fees, all requirements. It costs an extra $25,000 to move this 2 feet in when there's all these other houses that have all of these issues. Now, yesterday, the building department comes out, okay, for what reason, I have no idea, but they want to double check everything. They come out, they do everything, they go in the garage, they look at everything, everything's fine, 100% compliance. Code enforcement comes out, and while code enforcement is there, and you're right, Nathaniel is a third-generation fireman, Las Vegas, born and raised here, his whole entire life. He points out, look, across the street, and I put it up on... Next door. Actually, next door to code enforcement, you know, because he is a fireman, here's this fire hydrant where somebody built this fence. You know, I mean, if you wanted to go around and find all the code violations in this neighborhood, I said, isn't that a code violation? And the officer says, well, we're not here for that. Okay, so there is one that we pointed out, and they're not there for that. So we're here on this agenda item. Okay, this agenda item is here for failure of the property owner to comply with the notice and order and authorize staff to file a lien on the property amount of $48,000, maximum fine $500 a day, okay? Failure to comply with the notice and order. Now, the staff report that I'm sure all the council member has, number 11, says December 6, 2017, code enforcement issued a notice and order to demolish the structure or obtain permits and bring the structure into compliance. Now, the next line is very important because our compliance date, the city council's date, was December 20th, 2017. So when we came in front of the city council, they gave us December 20th. Code enforcement comes over there. Okay, now I don't know who's, I would personally believe that the council has more authority than the code enforcement, but code enforcement says you got to get it out of there by December 6th. Okay, so when this council had already given us until December 20th to get the permits. Now, the violation notice order that they gave is the exact same thing that the council said, okay? And that was, it says garage structure built without permits or approvals, demolish structure with a permit or obtain permits to meet applicable building and zoning codes. And that's exactly what we did. We've obtained the applicable permits to meet the building and zoning codes. Everything is done now. It's completely finished. It's 100% in compliant with city code. We were 20 days late on the time that the council gave us to bring this into compliance, to get a permit, to bring it into compliance. It wasn't you had to bring it into compliance with 90 days. The specific language was to get permits in, to make modifications, to bring it up to code. I mean, you got to move it, and you can't touch it until you get a permit. So these penalties are outrageous. Code enforcement indicated, he's been given 2 criminal citations that he can do a year in jail on for unintentionally placing this building 2 foot in the setback. So, and now they want to charge him $48,000 in addition to a possible jail sentence of 1 year in jail. It's outrageous, and you don't punish your citizens for making an unintentional mistake. Did they make a mistake? You bet they did. Sure they did. Did they build it within 2 feet of the setback? It was unintentional. Have they paid? I don't know. The buildings cost twice, extra $25,000. They paid all fees and fines. They've done everything within their power to make it right. And right now, today, it's 100% in compliance. So show me one person, anybody, not like the previous one where the city had to go out and clean it up and had to do anything, but show me one person that has in any way, shape, or form been damaged or harmed by any of this. And I know that's really not a standard, but if you're going to hit somebody for a $48,000 penalty, then they should probably show that somebody was damaged somehow, or somehow justify it, other than coming in and saying, you got to pay the maximum fine, $500 a day.
Okay, let's turn this over to Councilwoman. I think you've made your point very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think I closed public hearing. One more shot. Anybody want to hear anything, say anything? I'm going to close it again, and Councilwoman, please.
You know, you mentioned that this is not pertaining to the, excuse my voice, I'm losing it, that this is not pertaining to the original request or permit or not permit. I must tell you, however, that if you tell me I have to believe what he did was unintentional, there's some character involved in that. Now, since the day I've been on this council, I have had the highest respect for the integrity and character of the firefighters. I think everybody here knows how I support them. I strongly support them, and I respect them. But I go back to that because if you're a third-generation fireman, you should know, shouldn't you, that you take out a permit if you're going to build something as big as was built. Okay. How did it happen then that that got approved? Because his application was for a garage. The original application he made was for a garage. No, all of a sudden, it's not in a garage, it's part of the house. I look into everything when we get these kinds of situations. How did it happen that he all of a sudden wants to make it part of the house? Because he was told there's a little loophole. If you build this little extension between his and the house, you can call it part of the house. That loophole is how he got through. Okay, but that was done. That was done. But all of the other things, I've checked to see loopholes or not loopholes, and I can tell you, I cannot count on his integrity. I cannot count on his integrity whatsoever. He knew that there should be a permit, and he didn't take out a permit. He was told to cease and desist, and he did not cease and desist. He said he did. He wasn't working. Well, it happens I don't live that far away. So I go by there often. And at Christmas time of that year, I don't know exactly what day, it was a little drizzly outside, I looked, and they were working on the house, even though later they claimed they did not. I did not say, as you mentioned in your letter, that he had to have well, you didn't say he had to have, but you know, the meeting with the neighbors that you mentioned, I had mentioned, and I do mention that. Lots of times, well, it just happened yesterday, someone came into my office who was totally against a short-term rental. I said, meet with the lady, talk with her. She came in yesterday and told me how wonderful it all turned out. Lots of times that happens. There was not one person in the neighborhood who came forward in support of this. It wasn't, as you sit here, or you indicated in your letter, that it was a group of people who all got together. In fact, Mayor, if you don't mind, when she saw this, she said, what? How long has this existed in the neighborhood? When she saw how it looked. So it wasn't just even the neighborhood feeling that this was sort of an, a very big obtrusive building. But again, getting to this other, because I always try to look at everything, I asked legal, will you please check into this? I'm not legal. And I'd like, Terry, can you, or is it Brian? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Oh, there's the hands. Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, so I said, check into this. Is what code telling us legal? Is this the way?
And it is legal. I want Vicki to put up the example of what it looked like when he got the first notice and order to stop building it.
This is the way it looked on the first, on the 21st, when we first went out to inspect the property. It was still in framework. The next inspection was on the January 4th, and they'd put up the exterior.
So really my rationale for saying that, Councilwoman, was the fact that when it was in its stage where it was just the boards and the studs, he was told to stop, but yet he kept going and going and going with it. So it wasn't just a situation where he didn't know. He was told early in the process, enough so that he could have moved that without the $25,000 cost.
They're not seeking penalties for that time. We addressed
No, I'm
that at
seeking
September
penalties
20th.
for now. I'm just trying to find out. First of all, you stated that he unintentionally, and I can't believe an unintentional on his part, but okay. We're talking about now. I went to him and I said, can we do the fines now for what the code is telling us? I want to do it the right way, and this is his answer.
Yes.
So his answer is an answer to your answer illegally.
Well, I'm sorry, and the answer is yes, Councilwoman. You are able to assess the necessary fines that code enforcement has issued on this particular property.
All right, I want to state another thing. This is an extremely old neighborhood. This is McNeil neighborhood. Are there other violations around? Surely there are. Are there some that we've already checked out and gone back 60 years in an attempt to find out who got what permit where and who did what when? It's very difficult. I found out, in fact, that we lost in some little flooding some of our records. But it's very difficult. You cannot find them all. And we are not a proactive, let's go out and get them type of city. We have people come and report to us. This item was reported to us many times. So, but it was also interesting when you talk about character, that after he was assessed or whatever happened, all of a sudden we got all these complaints in that area. And you know what? Due to the professionalism of our code enforcement, they did not tell us who had turned in those complaints. But those complaints were looked into. In fact, we're still looking into some of them. However, we have now found out, since they're in your letter, they were from you. In addition to that, however, I just want to point out, you can't go on McNeil and say, this is this or this is that, when you're talking about the older homes. If it's something new, we do look into it as best we can. But if you're talking about newer buildings, obviously we can. If it's a newer structure that's been put up on an older home, we can. But it's very unfair, and I think that Councilman Coffin knows, in your districts that are older, it's very unfair to try and go back 40, 50 years. Excuse me.
Can I clarify something on that?
Yes,
we
because
do
I'm-
have, I know you're getting hoarse. We do, if we receive a complaint on any buildings within these older areas, we do our best to pull all the research. We'll meet with building and safety, we meet with planning, and we try to determine what action should code enforcement be taking that, and determine when the additions or walls or whatever the issue is have been built. The other part of this would be the variance part, which a lot of these properties go to the property line, and some of them have gotten variances. I did not say that all of them had, but we are more than happy to research and look into these. But that information is much easier for us to define and find in the historical records that the city has than actually the permits. So if there is no record of a structure being approved to go to the property line, then that's much easier for code enforcement to address.
And really, these are cases that we take that complaints are made. There were many, many complaints made about the place on Burton. And that's why, and we did look into it. Even if there's one complaint made on a house, we will look into it. But it has to come from outside the city, and we look at it.
That is correct.
Is there any other, do I have any questions about this from my other people? No?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I know you threw out a bunch of dates about getting the permit and all this. So according to the agenda item, it's $680 inspection fee and $48,000 in civil penalties. So from your side, what would, I just want to hear what you think is a fair assessment on a penalty. The $680 and then the $48,000, what would you recommend?
Well, the $680, I mean, it's fine, but they could go out there every day during the time and say it failed the inspection because we hadn't got the permit yet to move it. So $680, no problem. When we came in front of this council told him to get a permit and to begin the process by December 20th. Okay, we got the permit to begin the process January 11th. So we're 20 days.
Okay, so what does your math come out to?
10,000. And I put that in the memo. It's a 10,000, that's the total penalty.
So $680 plus a $10,000 civil penalty.
That would be assessed if you wanted to penalize somebody for doing something unintentional. Okay?
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
Right. It's 10,000. 680 would be the 20 days that they were late, and that's just the time it was late to get the permit.
Okay, Councilwoman.
One last question of legal. You can use that, Mike. One last question of legal. The question of 10,000 or the question whatever thousand, what code enforcement sent to you, you say is the legal amount of time they can be fined.
That's correct, Councilwoman, because apparently it was between the date of December 17th to
December 21st through March 26th.
March 26th. So that was the time the 90 days had passed, and that's when the assessment started.
All right. I'm going to go on experience of our council, and I have followed council in the past, and I'm going to move to approve the item in total.
Mayor?
Okay, yes, please.
Yeah, $48,000 is way too much for me. I mean, I'm just thinking of it from my standpoint. He messed up. He caused a problem. I think $10,000 is a heavy penalty in and of itself. But if that's where you're at, so I can't support $48,000 for a garage. That's just way too much. So thank you.
It is, it's outrageous.
I just would like to point out to that question, we were having troubles on short-term rentals, and nobody paid attention to us. Nobody paid attention to us. And then we got bigger and bigger as we began to show people that we weren't somebody to be fiddled around with. We weren't somebody to go and find a loophole so you could get your garage to be part of the house. We weren't somebody who could come before the city and lie to them and say, I was not working during this time when the work was being done, and pictures show what was being done. We were somebody that should be respected up here. And that respect was further impacted by that $72,000 fine. I cannot tell you how many people in the city said, finally, the city is standing up for its citizens and following its rules. And that's why I have been strong with the 72. I'm strong with the 48.
Madam Mayor?
Council, yes, Councilwoman?
So, just a little, it's on topic, but it's off topic, and as a former construction owner myself, it's very, very difficult if you let wood or if you let things sit without covering them, because then the materials could get ruined. And it's, I've been in this spot personally myself. I mean, I've been honest with the council and the public, once before, PB, before politics, before my political life, I built something, without permits. And of course, I had SWAT team come and blow it up as a practice, but I just want to let you know that I feel you, and I understand, and it's her ward, right? So it's not my ward.
Well,
No comments. Let's let Councilman, and then Councilman Soroka, did you want to also, Councilman Coffin first, then you? We're giving Councilwoman just input, so you're hearing.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Solomon would be required to try to figure out a reasonable answer, because these numbers, the numbers come from statute. They come from a foundation of faculty. They've been limited by statute. So there's been a lot of thought given, not only here, but also at the state legislature, about how much these fines should be when they're levied. And now you get to the point of disputing as to whether or not a visit was made or whether that visit cost too much. We can get into that too. I'm uncomfortable with the $48,000 figure that the councilwoman righteously feels is good and frankly ought to be levied, but I don't think we can collect it. I think what we'll do is we'll end up with a house on the market here. So I would be inclined to go somewhere lower. Councilman Anthony has suggested a number. I'm not sure, Your Honor, what the Mayor Pro Tem would like, but I have a feeling there's plenty of punishment involved and also recompense to the city and the neighbors for the insult at some number, maybe greater than 10,000, but you've got to get the votes, so you have to determine approximately where you would settle on that if you decided to change. I think that's all I have to say.
And getting comments, and Councilman Soroka, one more.
I just had a question. In September, we asked you to come in with permits to change it or to take it down.
Right.
And that expired on December 20th, the 90-day window. When did you actually submit your appropriate application for your permit?
Everything was already submitted prior to that, and that delay was because it took the whoever's in charge of that. In fact, Nathaniel can talk to that, but everything was submitted way before that, but there was a delay, and then the plans were rejected. There was an electrical issue. They had to resubmit it, and they were passed the very next day. So they got right on it right away, redid the plans, submitted it, hired an engineer. In fact, if you look at that, at my memo, I have a timeline on page 3 and 4 of the memo. So October 16th, They had to hire an engineering system solutions to do the engineering calculations. They hired Hogtown Trust Company for the trust fixes and trust calculations. In other words, everything had to be redone. They hired Able Electric for the electrical calculations. They hired Arroyo Consulting because of the soil. In other words, when you move it over, they had to do the soil, a new soils report. And by the way, when we got this cease and desist order from code enforcement, he called them and said, look, I'm doing everything I can. I'm trying to get this thing done as soon as possible. And they said, don't worry about it. We just gave you that to make sure that the process is rolling and everything is going according to schedule. And so they did do everything within their power, but there are delays, Councilman. When you submit plans, they have to go through plan check. They have to submit them. But let me just tell you, in 90 days, it was lightning speed. Okay, to get it done, they asked for certain favors. They asked for favors from people, and they put it on the top of the pile, and they got it done as soon as possible. But unfortunately, we were 20 days. We missed the deadline by 20 days, and that
I would just like, I appreciate that. Is that how we see it, Vicki?
Well, let me clarify, Council. The property owner, in delaying his hearing to September, could have been working on his permit issues from April through September at that time. Now, it goes back before council, and it's denied, and the instructions were get it permitted and bring it into compliance or demolish it within 90 days. And he applied October 10th. His plans were not accepted. They were rejected on that day. And then he didn't resubmit again till December 14th, which is the reason why we sent the notice and order December 6th, because we have many, many people who have good intentions, but they don't understand that they're under a timeline to get this stuff completed.
And he could have demolished it during that time as well.
He could have demolished it during this time frame.
And that would have ceased the daily penalties.
That is correct.
If I may interrupt here, you have a gentleman who's to your left that would like to introduce himself and make a comment. I feel it.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Kevin McCosker, building official and director of the Department of Building and Safety. I just wanted to identify that there's an importance for building permits, not only for zoning requirements, but structural stability, fire, life safety. And when you build a building close to the property line, there's certain fire protection aspects to that building that are required to prevent the spread of fire from one building to the next property and what have you. So that's an important function here that I think is relevant concerning this. I did want to state one thing too also. The date history here of October 10th is when the building permit was applied for. The permit was not accepted for application because it was an incomplete submittal. And so I'm hearing from Mr. Levitt that then that was when the engineering was provided, so I'm assuming that that was part of the incomplete submittal. So again, they have made the required movement of the building. At this time, we sent an inspector out to double check it yesterday, as Mr. Levitt had mentioned. So I just wanted to make this comment. If there's any other questions I can help out with, please let me know.
So it's all in compliance now. Whenever this is done, this is done.
Well, it's 100% in compliance right now.
We need to hear that from staff. Is
Kevin
that
McCosker, for the record, Kevin McCosker, building official and director of building and safety. From my perspective, it's not 100% complete because a final inspection has not been performed and approved. So the wall has been moved. It is in compliance with the approved plans being 5 feet from the property line, but the inspection process has not been completed yet.
And Kevin, it was said that you can't do work while the structure was in place. We asked them to get a permit. They couldn't work on it. Is that true until they got the permit?
Yes, for the record, Kevin McCosker, Director of Building and Safety. So as I understand it, a notice of violation was because of work was being performed without permit, and authorizing them to do more work without a permit would be a continued violation of that notice.
But it could have been demolished. Is that correct?
Without a permit?
Would a demolition permit have taken a shorter amount of time?
Kevin McCosker, Building and Safety, yes, we would get a building permit or a demolition permit for that work.
Yeah, so we still needed a permit to do that.
We couldn't do any work without a permit. And again, we're talking about...
I think, I think we've heard. I think we've got all the information, and I know you're pleading your cause, but thank you. We needed the accurate information, and technically the approval is not finalized until that inspection has been completed and recorded. So while it's true, from everything that's going on, it looks to be in good shape, but until that inspection occurs and it is papered and signed off, it's not formally, totally recorded. So with that, back to Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that information that clarifies the dates, and I think that supports what legal told us. And I will tell you this, I read through your entire letter. It was a well-written letter, but often what's omitted in a letter or a statement tells more than what is omitted. And, you know, the fact of that you kept building on the character and the fact that he had the background in the fire department and the family did, it does not have one time a statement of his own accountability. Where the heck was his accountability during this? First to getting the permit, first to telling the truth. You don't understand. This is an older district where we have to hold on to our rules and regulations or we're never going to clear up this mess. And this was not just one or two or people getting together. This was an entire neighborhood. This is McNeil. We know McNeil. And they are so strong in keeping up their neighborhood.
Without a gate, we're not walls
Yeah, it's
closed.
not gated in, it's none of that. And this gentleman knew that. He knew that before he started it. It's if you're going on accountability and you're going on the character that's been shown, I will tell you, I will take the accountability over our lawyer, over our building inspector, over our code enforcement people, before I will take over the accountability to someone who obviously has not told us the truth from day one when a garage was requesting, and now to get a loophole to keep it, they added this little thing to make it part of the house. And so I move to approve, and I know my fellow people will laugh at me, instead of $48,000, $45,000 fine. Excuse me, I have moved to approve the item as written minus $3,000.
Can I say something? Can I just say something?
Yes.
Okay. So,
That's a motion.
so of course, I support Mayor Pro Tem. I would prefer to ask her to hose you down instead of giving you this big fine. But it's my understanding that you can appeal this.
There is a motion.
Yes, he can appeal it.
There's a motion. I ask you to vote and post. The motion carries, but you do have the right to appeal. Okay, we are going to call back agenda item 36. And agenda item 36, public hearing, discussion for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees, $5,589.49, out-of-pocket cost $19,500, civil penalties for a total of $25,089.49, recorded against property at 1712 Fairfield Avenue, property owner Nouri Sai et al. And Shabab Tahir and Fahima, Ward 3 councilman. This item was trailed, and it's now back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you went out and met Nouri. Mr. Nouri, is it?
Yes.
Thank you. You went out and talked to our staff representative, Mr. Ortiz. Did you come up with a solution to your problem?
Yes, I'm going to explain that right now with your permission. We decide within, if you guys, if your honors can give us the 3 months, within 3 months, we're willing to borrow, from the bank, all 4 partners, to renovate the building and start renting within 3 months. And again, because we feel that nobody noticed for that 19,000 on time, and we want really favor to remove this 19,000, and anybody, anytime, like Mr. Roger 4 months ago, he sent us a letter, one regular letter, one is certified letter, and then we just jump in there and we took care of the problem right away, and he waived it. And I believe she or anybody, they saw those situations in our apartment for the past 2 years or 1 year. They never just bothered themselves to find our address and send a letter for us what's going on with our building.
Mr. Nuri. Okay, so the proposal was, do you accept a settlement here of 100% of the cash out-of-pocket costs and 50% reduction of the $19,500 of administrative fees, fines, and assessments? Do you accept that? You will owe, Ms. Ozuna can state the number. Listen to her.
Okay, so the out-of-pocket costs are $5,589.49 with $9,750 for civil penalties for a total of $15,339.49.
Thank you. Now then, Mr. Nuri, do you accept that? And we'll give you 90 days to pay it.
Well, as we discussed, and also we called the others, and all the partners said we believe that $19,000 that they charged without any notice. And also we want for that $5,000 that they pay, the city pay or whatever, we want to redact, to give a reduction for that $5,000 as well, like at least half of those.
I tell you what, Mr. Nuri, in a minute, I'm going to ask Councilwoman Tarkanian for a recommendation on what she thinks I should do.
No.
Would that work out? No. This is now, I'm going to make this motion because I'm not sure you agree or not or really understand what you're discussing. I think you understand that the bill would be about $16,000?
$15,339.49.
To be paid within 90 days.
And Mayor and
All
Council,
right, if you accept that. If not, I will move to deny.
would you allow Ms. Ozuna to state how they were noticed and what our notice procedures are?
Okay, thank you. That's important.
This property was noticed at the legal property address noted at the Clark County Assessor's Office, which was 1712 Fairfield Drive. My officers work extremely hard in notifying people. They will go over and above, but if they can't find them, then we've done legally what we need to do. That was completed. We also spoke with the property manager or their friend who was around the property on site, and he clearly stated to us that the property owners did not want to pay the boarding costs or anything to take care of the property.
And you also post the property as well, correct?
Yes, we post the property, we send it certified mail and regular mail.
There you are, Counsel. I think that these owners have been given plenty of notice and plenty of leeway because some of these charges that are 3 years old. The ledger is pretty long, and it is old. So it is time to pay. Are you going to pay 50% and giving you 90 days or not?
Your Honor, still I want something fair for us because I cannot talk behalf of the other 3 partners that they are not right over here today.
I'm sorry that you didn't know. I thought you had all the partners here. No, I move to deny. Excuse me. I move to deny the appeal now on the request for a waiver and reduction of fees. Deny.
Okay.
To appeal?
There's a motion to deny the request for waiver of fees on agenda item 36. So please vote. And please post.
Oh.
Motion carries. Okay, we are going to be recessing for 20 minutes. So we'll reconvene at about 2 minutes, at 7 minutes after 1. So we're in recess. Okay, I gave our council an extra 8 minutes. Calling all council persons. Calling the team back. Wonderful. Okay, we are now on to agenda item 38. Discussion for possible action regarding approval of fiscal year 2019 through 2023 citywide comprehensive strategic plan, reference all wards, and this is going to be presented by our own city manager.
It is. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Adams, your city manager, and I'm going to go through this very quickly because I know we have spent a lot of time on this publicly through a multi-step process, but it's my pleasure to present to you the final draft of our comprehensive citywide strategic plan. We've gone through a very extensive process to engage a number of groups of people along the way to build this plan. We started back in December with our management team of the city. We moved forward into working with a large group of stakeholders. We went forward, and if you remember, you had a public council retreat where we discussed your priorities that are part of this plan, and that brings us to today, where we're now teeing up for your consideration for approval the final draft. When this final draft is hopefully approved, then it's our job to go to work to push it down into the organization to make sure all of these priorities are reflected in every facet of what we do in the administration of the city. I'm going to go through the first, you have 6 priorities that are outlined here, and I'm going to go through the first 4 fairly quickly because I really want to spend a little more time on the last 2 because those are the 2 that you added at your retreat that we heard loud and clear are your highest of the 6 priorities. So let me just very quickly go through some of these. Iconic Las Vegas was one, and that's to create iconic spaces for residents, visitors, and businesses. And that's really dealing with downtown, the medical district, citywide infrastructure, incentivizing private investment, especially for housing and business development, creating iconic public spaces, developing and preserving event facilities. You made a big step in direction by approving the convention center this morning, so that touches directly on that issue, and then increasing arts education awareness and increasing public art in the city. The next one was workforce development, and this really was all about readying our citizens to be a better workforce to actually promote business and economic development, really in its essence. And there are a number of features in here to include creating places to put those businesses, such as business parks and employment centers, and increasing the presence of higher education within the city. And of course, one area that we're very engaged in on there is the medical district and the new UNLV Medical Center, or school, and the importance of maintaining the momentum of that project. Smart Vegas, in a nutshell, this is happening whether we're part of it or not. Nationally and internationally, technology is becoming part of what we do as citizens, and so this is really about leading rather than following in the arena of being a smart city. So it really addresses all the partnerships, all the things we need to become a smarter city and using technology to better serve our citizens. At-risk populations, this was to develop strategic partnerships to address critical issues among at-risk populations, and at the top of this list is addressing homelessness. And we've made big strides in really within the last 12 months, really since last May when we launched the concept of a new courtyard, and really starting to now move full speed ahead in building that courtyard and putting in place more teams and all the other facets necessary to really take a more disruptive and hopefully successful approach in homelessness. But it also looks at healthcare services, at-risk youth, and then affordable housing. And I'll footnote affordable housing. As we all know, home values and rents are rapidly increasing now in the Valley, and I would say in the next 5 years, affordable housing is going to get back on our agenda as something that we're going to have to deal with as a city. And that gets us to those last two that I mentioned at the outset, neighborhood preservation and quality of life. And you defined these last two goals in your retreat in detail by indicating you wanted to provide a level of constituent responsive services in neighborhoods to maintain the highest quality of life, to develop and preserve parks, recreation, and open space, and to provide revitalization and programming in strategic at-risk neighborhoods. And I think it was the last meeting or the meeting before that, we rolled out our reinvigorated neighborhood development program to start looking at how we can work with each of you in your neighborhoods, and in particular in the urban core at-risk neighborhoods, to stabilize those neighborhoods, and so that our urban core doesn't become something like another Detroit. And then finally, and this is not the least, it's last but certainly not least, is public safety. You clearly expressed to us that is your #1 priority. And the tagline for that was to become the safest high-profile city in America. And under that, we have several prongs of goals to make sure we're a safe place to live, work, and play. So we have improved public safety through the effective and efficient delivery of law enforcement, fire and medical and judicial services, so our residents, businesses, and visitors can live, work, and play safely in the most iconic city in the world. To improve the feeling of safety and satisfaction with law enforcement, fire, medical, and judicial services in Las Vegas compared to other large cities. And I think we started that benchmarking in our recent citizen engagement survey, where we compared how we're doing to other major cities. We'll continue that so you can understand how we stack up. And then finally, improve safety at the City of Las Vegas tourist destinations. And we've called the big ones out: the Fremont Street Experience, Fremont East, the Premium Outlet Mall, Symphony Park, World Market Center, Cashman Field, the Ma Museum, Cultural Quarter, and Arts District. The areas that the tourists that come into the City of Las Vegas are coming to, and the goal here is to make them the safest tourist destinations in America. So those are the 6 priorities that you've help define, that help us now on the administrative side of the city start to make sure those become part of what we do every single day. Now, a lot of these we've been doing, and you're going to see a lot of this in the budget that will be presented here in the next couple agenda items express itself in different appropriations in the budget process that reflects your priorities as council. So those are the next steps. We'll work those into all of our departmental plans, and then we're going to track our results through our performance management system. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions here? I do recall Councilman Anthony bringing up the one of those top agenda items about neighborhoods. So with that, I'm going to ask you to make the motion to accept this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think we had a great workshop and got a lot of input from a lot of folks, so I think we're right on target here. So I will make a motion to accept the fiscal year 19 to 23 citywide comprehensive strategic plan.
And I want to commend our city manager, who's results-oriented, in getting this done. So
well, this was one of my prongs in my 100-day plan. A little bit later than 100 days, but we started it within that 100 days.
That's all right. Well, congratulations. You're doing a great job. So please vote and please post. Amen. Well done. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 39. Discussion for possible action regarding the pursuit of opioid-related litigation through outside counsel, the establishment of a process for selecting outside counsel if that's the determination. This item involves the council receiving information from our legal counsel regarding potential litigation. Therefore, we are going to recess into closed-door attorney-client conference privilege to discuss and deliberate on the item. We will return to open the session before taking any action. So we will recess at this moment, and I'm going to watch every one of you don't escape for a second because we already had a recess. So let's go into closed session. Okay, we are reconvened here. And
Mayor, do you want me to handle it?
okay, we have reconvened 39, and there was nothing to do with 39. Was I,
Mayor, at this time, Deputy City Attorney Jeffrey Dorkak will address the council as to item 39, and then we'll look at 40.
and then I'll read 40. Go for it. Please introduce yourself to the great
Thank you,
public.
Mayor, Council. Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney. Based on our discussion in the attorney-client conference, your City Attorney's Office as legal counsel would recommend a motion to direct the City Attorney's Office to use a competitive bid process to identify outside counsel for potential opioid litigation. That would be the motion we would recommend.
Off of 39, we're
Correct,
speaking
off
at
of
this
39
point.
only.
And that does not force the city council to go forward in litigation should, after that process, they decide they do not want to pursue that. We still go forward with that is our request right now of our legal team, correct?
Correct. The City Council will be able to halt the process going forward at multiple times.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to make that motion. Or you have your light on. Is this-
I'd be happy to make that motion.
Okay, you make that motion.
I'd like to motion to direct the legal office to pursue an RFQ to get a response within 30 days of issuing the RFQ.
We're just looking for a competitive bid.
For competitive bid, for correction, strike RFQ and say for competitive bid, for potential litigation in the opioid crisis suit. And that is my motion.
Okay. There's a motion, please
Did I say
vote.
that correctly, counsel? Thank you.
Motion carries. And now I read number 40.
Correct.
Discussion for possible action regarding the issuance of request for qualifications seeking outside legal counsel interested in pursuing opioid-related litigation on behalf of the city.
Thank you again, Mayor Jeff Dorkak, Deputy City Attorney. For the record, in anticipation of that possible outcome with item 39, the City Attorney's Office prepared in advance a draft RFQ for outside legal counsel, which we posted with the agenda, and I can put on the viewer. This will be sent out via finance purchasing, and it will go nationwide. Quickly, it's just basic information we will request from all the law firms interested in potentially pursuing litigation on behalf of the city. The only two items that we've changed since placing the item, the draft item, would be on page 6. We are going to let the firms know that we are looking for a contingency fee of approximately 15%, and that the city will not be responsible for any costs if at any time we decide not to proceed with the litigation. In addition to that amendment, the only other request I would make on the motion to issue this RFQ would be some guidance on how long you would like the RFQ out.
I think there might be a feeling for a month, but Councilman, let's add it to your,
Yes.
since you keep going
So
forward.
30 days. So move to approve the RFQ with a 30-day window from the time of issuance for potential litigation.
And on a national basis, exactly as you have got it written there.
Then that's written on a national basis.
Correct. You're moving to issue the RFQ. It'll be out for 30 days once finance issues it, and we will come back with the applicants at that point.
Okay, thank you.
I move to approve as stated and as amended.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 41. But first, sad news. In speaking with Colonel Murray out at Nellis, we have learned that we've lost one of our F-16s, and no word yet on the pilot, but with prayers and hopes that he did eject and is safe. But just wanted you to know, very sad news. Life is so important. We'll move on to agenda item 41, discussion for possible action regarding the second restated amended purchase and sale agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Nevada H&C Distilling Company, LLC, to amend terms and conditions for the development of approximately 1.37 acres vacant land located along West Mesquite Avenue, which is part of 301 West Mesquite Avenue, Ward 5, which is vacant. Note, this item is in related council item number 43, R22-2018, and we will hear them together, so I'll read that item now as well. Item 43, R22-2018, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding a second restated amended purchase and sale agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc., Nevada H&C Distilling Company, LLC, concerning the proposed sale of 59,481 square feet of vacant land that is part of 301 West Mesquite Avenue, is for purpose of economic development and redevelopment, Ward 5, which, as I said, is currently vacant. Hi, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. With me today is Jonathan Hemsley, representing the applicant. I would like to read into the record a change that for the agreement, and I'd like to hand a written copy of that change to our city clerk for her record and for distributing to you as well. So I'll read that now, and then I'll explain the items. So under Section 5, the header entitled Site Improvements, at the end of subsection C, numerat 2, the following paragraph shall be inserted into the agreement. Developers shall make best efforts to develop the parcel as required under Section 5, site improvements of the agreement. If water pressure constraints prevent developer from building the Phase 2 site improvements, developer may submit to City Parkway 5 CPV a revised development plan to account for the water pressure constraints, and CPV has the right to review and approve of the revised development plan. Why we're before you today here with this second restated and amended agreement, this is a property that is fairly constrained. It is the end of a street off of Mesquite Avenue, 301 West Mesquite Avenue, and our partner, Nevada H&C Distilling Company, desired originally to buy the property, which is shown there in yellow, the orange strip, which is an easement, and then the property beneath or to the south of that. But the land, which is the white land to the below or south of the orange strip, after further investigation in the property, is not buildable acreage. That property tends to pool with drainage. It's really not adequate to meet their needs for building, and so instead of buying the property, the entire property, they want to buy less property, and so we're essentially revising our purchase and sale agreement for them to buy less property. So there's a lot of numbers on this chart, but I just want to hit kind of the highlights. What we're doing here is we're proposing to reduce the land sale price because we're reducing the amount of land that we're selling to our partner. The former site was 3.11 acres. We're reducing that site to 1.37 acres, which would be for 59,481 square feet. And we've negotiated the purchase price at a value which is close to the highest of our two appraised values. And the appraisal we did was in March of 2018. The appraised value is $66,386 higher than the higher of the two appraised values, and based on the proposed purchase price of $273,613. I apologize for you in the listening audience. Those numbers are small, but it's part of the backup documentation on the clerk's website as well. Essentially, it's otherwise the same as the prior agreement. We are removing the billboard from the sale. The billboard is on that land south of the land we're selling, and so that billboard itself was priced at $471,004, and so because we're removing that from the sale, the purchase price drops further. But on a land basis sale, we're essentially getting the same amount per square foot. The business is looking to build essentially the same project. So they're looking to build it in phases. Phase 1 is a 7,000 to 10,000 square foot building. And then, I'm sorry, phase 1 is a 4,500 square foot storage facility. Phase 2 is a manufacturing and corporate headquarters, which would be a 7,000 to 10,000 square foot facility. The building would include adequate landscaping, security fencing, and signage. This is another rendering of the building. And so what we're requesting today is reduce the size of the land that we're selling. We're giving the distillery, therefore, more time to close escrow. They would close on the purchase by November of this year and would look to start construction 120 days thereafter. This is, of course, with the caveat that I read into the record that the property has adequate water pressure, and they're studying that now with their own engineering firm. And so if you're inclined to approve, we would ask for your approval today for item 41, which is the revised agreement, and then item 43, which authorizes the sale of this property without going through an auction process and at a value that's slightly less than the higher of our two appraised values. We believe we do have a great business here, and this is really building the character of downtown, having businesses like this in the heart of our downtown. We really see that part of our downtown transforming with the businesses that are on Bonanza as well as Mesquite. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jonathan to say a few remarks about the business and his desire to move forward, and he'd be glad to answer any questions about the distillery or their business here.
Great. Welcome.
Do I go here?
You can.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, thanks for having me again. It's one of the nice things about these few delays that we've had in developing this property is I get to come before you and give you all these exciting updates about our business. So my partner and I, Aaron Chepnick, just recently went to Maryland and met with the corporate brass of Total Wine and Spirits and have struck a deal for Total Wine to take us national. Wow. So we are debuting in 38 Total Wine stores across the entire state of Florida, Atlanta, South Carolina, Arizona, with Texas and Louisiana and Tennessee and Kentucky to come. So we're going to try to use our distinctive branding to become a Southwestern and Southern brand. This past year, we're now at a point where you can find us really in most of the casinos now. We're on the cocktail menus of a lot of the casinos. We're going to be in the gift shop at McCarran finally. So it's been a journey, but it's been very gratifying, and the hard work is paying off. And we continue to have a national presence at the San Francisco Spirit Awards competition, which is the sort of the Academy Awards of booze. Last year, we were one of 3 distilleries national to have 2 double gold medal winners, and we're up for in 4 categories at this year's competition, which kicks off in 3 weeks. So knock on wood. This is a wonderful place for us to be in downtown Vegas, and we're hoping for your support, which has been fabulous so far.
What entries are they, and what are they? Wines? Are they whiskeys? What?
All whiskey, all bourbon.
All whiskey.
All bourbon.
I
beg your pardon.
All under Nevada H&C, or?
Yes. Excuse me. I misspoke. We do have a vodka, and it's just because we've been putting so much effort into our bourbon business that the vodka has become sort of a poor stepchild. but we have high hopes for it. The vodka brand is Silver Dollar, and the bourbon brand is Smoke Wagon. In Smoke Wagon, we have our standard bottle, which is our small batch bourbon. We then have an uncut, unfiltered, that's proofed at 116. We then have a single barrel where each group of bottles, each group of cases come from each single barrel which is under a national single barrel program.
Wow.
And then we have brand new, just released about a month ago, is our 10-year-old bourbon. It's one of the oldest aged bourbons in the nation. There's not a lot that are made. There's little specialty things that you'll see. You'll see a 12-year age, a 14, but they're rare. We're bringing out 1,000 cases of 10-year-old Desert Jewel smoke wagon.
Yes, nice. And samples, you're passing out samples here? I don't see anything.
And smoke wagon is the Western term for the single cold action revolver. So you'll see our crossed revolvers. It's
Yeah, no, I mean, that councilwoman down at the end too said, yeah, where are those samples?
I'm sorry. We brought someone, I think on my last appearance here.
Yes, I think you
we
did.
passed some around, but I'm remiss. I didn't bring any. It's next time.
Wait till you win the goals again, then we'll love it.
Just thank you very much.
But this is really, it's exciting, we're proud. One thing I'd like to know, Mr. Arndt, that property to the south, does that then become condemned, that you can't use it?
Mayor Goodman, again, for the record, Bill Arndt. No, that property does not be condemned. So we own this property, the city does, through our holding company, City Parkway 5, Inc. So we would have that property. As I think you and the council know, that is kind of the history of Las Vegas, this area where the natural drainage has flowed through this area. We are in discussions with Public Works to see if regional flood control has a need for improving flood control in this area. There's already a very large box culvert. There likely needs to be increased capacity there. So there's a possibility of selling the property to regional flood control. Otherwise, the property does have some access. There is some ingress, egress. So we could look to do something with the property in the future. But for now, it would remain property for City Parkway 5 Inc.
And it does not present a problem to his new property?
That's correct. So they have the drainage solved for their property. So they have other issues such as figuring out the water pressure, but they've advanced the project enough to this point, and I can let Jonathan address that if you have any detailed questions. But they can move forward under this arrangement.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, well, wonderful. Good luck up there in 3 weeks. And so I'm going to move to accept on agenda item 41. So please vote. And please post. Yes, please, Councilman Anthony.
By the way, I have tried your bourbon, and it's phenomenal. I'm waiting for the single malt scotch, but in the meantime, I will stick with the bourbon.
Thank you very much.
It's really,
I really appreciate it.
It's really good.
All right, now wait, he's going to tell you a little more history as I move to approve agenda item 43. Let's see what else you've approved. Okay, and on agenda item 43, I move for approval. Please vote and please post, and then tell us, Councilman, what else are you drinking?
Bourbon and single malt scotch.
Okay.
And Mayor, I just wanted to share, the fighter pilot drink is a bourbon. There you go.
Okay. Well, you better go up to San
U.S. Air
Francisco,
Force.
too.
You're in.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Keep us posted. Keep us posted. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 42. As noticed on the agenda, item 42 will be heard today after our planning items. So we are now on to, we're not on to that, we're on to 44 was obeyed to the 18th of April. So we are on to 45, bill number 2018-6. Councilman Anthony, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
And please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2018-6, an ordinance to adopt that certain document entitled First Amendment to the Third Amendment and Restatement to the Development Agreement for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve 45. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On to agenda item 46. SUP 72396, public hearing, applicant Nacho Daddy, owner, Ambleside Properties LLLP for possible action or request special use permit, proposed 4,500 square foot restaurant with alcohol use, 1,200 square feet of outdoor seating at 900 South Rancho, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Hi, Robert Messiano, 107 East Charleston Boulevard, representing the applicant. I also have with me Keith Glynn from Not Your Daddy, and he'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Okay, let's go over to you, Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, the subject site is located within an established shopping center designed to offer a variety of services to the surrounding district. The proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is both harmonious and compatible with the existing and surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval. I believe that the Mayor Pro Tem had a request for a condition regarding hours of operation, and we have prepared one if she would like to continue with that as well.
Yes, I think so, please, if we would do that, and then I'll open public hearing as well.
So the proposed additional condition would be the hours of operation shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 1 a.m.
And that was agreed to?
Not yet. The applicant is just hearing about that just now, just as you are, so.
Yes, we're good with that. We're fine.
Excellent. Okay. Anything else you wanted to add?
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Public. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this agenda item 46? No. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing, and Councilwoman, yay for the neighborhood.
She's part of the neighborhood, that's why. But I want to tell you that I think people in the neighborhood are looking very much forward towards this. I'm sorry you had a 2-week delay, but we're very, very happy to have you there. Looking
Thank you.
forward to it. And I did make it at the hour 1 length of the time for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's very
Okay,
helpful for
so
us.
I say good luck to you. We're all going to be very hungry, and I hope that some of those medical shifts at the hospital will help bring you business too. Thank you very much.
And you move to
All right, thank you.
And also, I guess I should move for approval.
Right. There's a motion to approve 46, please vote.
Subject to the added condition.
Subject to the approved added condition.
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion carries. When are you going to be done and open for business?
We hope probably within 6 months.
Excellent. Faster. We're hungry.
We're trying.
Okay, agenda item, thank you. Congratulations. 47, EOT 72263. Site Development Plan Review. Applicant owner, WMC Pavilion LLC, for possible action or request for an extension of time of the previously approved site development plan review SDR 4841 for a 345,670 square foot temporary exhibit space on 20.68 acres at 203, 205, 207 Grand Central Parkway, PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, which is vacant, and staff recommends denial. This item is not a public hearing, but is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor. John Lelu, for the very first time, 300 South 4th Street from the Fenimore Craig Law Firms. Today's my very first day of work, and I spent it with you guys. So thank you. So in any event, thank you for taking this up again. We would first like to thank this body sitting as the redevelopment agency for its gracious approval this morning. And based on the approval this morning, we would ask this body to approve this extension of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will turn over to Mr. Summerfield.
Madam Mayor, at the time that this item was agendized, we did not have a development plan in place, which was why staff had recommended denial at that time. Subsequent to that, the applicant has worked with the redevelopment agency and with the Economic and Urban Development Department to come up with a plan as you voted on this morning during the redevelopment agency. Therefore, staff is in support of that recent progress towards achieving a permanent development on the site and is therefore now recommending approval of this extension of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I am going to move. Is there any comment from council at all? Just so excited about this. Yes. Really excited. It's been a dream that we've had for a long time and so vital to economic and development and just the life downtown. So I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 47. Please vote and please post. And congratulations on your new office. Motion carries. And do you have business cards?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm still too new. I don't even have business cards yet. So
Okay.
I'll send you an e-blast and,
Okay,
and
great.
spam your
Please do.
inbox.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, agenda item 48. Was there something I was supposed to do after something that we passed on? You tell me when? Okay. Agenda item 48, VAR 71766, public hearing, applicant owner Shalini Bhutani for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 7-foot tall front yard wall fence where a maximum of 5 feet with 2-foot solid base is allowed on 0.46 acres at 2220 West Oakey Boulevard, RE Residence State Zone, and that's Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial and planning recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Well, guess who's going to close the public hearing? Anybody want to be heard on this? Going to close that. We are going right over to staff.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to construct a wall in the front yard setback area that exceeds both the overall height permitted and the height of the wall permitted that may be solid. An alternative wall design meeting the requirements of Title 19 could be used. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request as it is a self-imposed hardship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. It's yours.
Oh, gee, thank you. We had worked out a means by which we were going to describe the building of this block wall, right? It was 7 feet, but over half of it was going to be visible. I just wanted to make sure in the record, you know, what I was concerned with yesterday, that what the part you can see through is plenty for police or fire or code or whatever to look through.
Mayor Pro
For
Tem
safety for everybody, both sides.
Peter Lowenstein, Planning Deputy Director. So condition number 1 associated with the variance is the fence material, including the material for the sliding gate, shall be 50% open and provide visibility into the front yard. So that would address the visibility into the front area, yes.
All right. Is it the visibility part where a person could see through from the outside, or do you have to be very 7 feet tall or 6 feet tall or whatever?
It would be the component above the block wall, which would have to maintain 50% open so somebody from the street could see into the front yard.
All right. Then my understanding is we do this, the city has had this because requests by Metro and others, just safety for families, and I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 48 to approve. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 49, HPC 72465, public hearing, applicant owner Samantha L. Jones. Discussion for possible action on a city council review of a denial by the Historic Preservation Commission and a request for certificate of appropriateness to allow an existing carport addition to an existing single-family dwelling within the John S. Park Historic District at 1253 8th Place, R1 Single Family Residential Zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The Historic Preservation Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, hello, Mayor Goodman.
Hi.
And rest of the City Council. My name is Samantha Jones. I reside at 1253 8th Place, 89104, Ward 3, under Councilman Coffin. And thank you for taking the time to hear about the agenda with the carport. We have met with Councilman Kaufman and have gotten much support from him, and just would like to move forward with the variance process with the carport with your approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, the subject site is located within the boundaries of the John S. Park Historic District and is listed as a non-contributing resource due to multiple exterior alterations. The Historic Preservation Committee denied the certificate of appropriateness as the carport constructed by the applicant was done without permits and was found to not be compatible with the recognized distinctive character of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this item? Please come forward. You've been very patient. I've been watching the two of you sitting over there.
Actually, we didn't come for this, but I just thought I'd call because my name's Steve Spahn. I'm actually a neighbor because I'm in John S. Park myself, and I just love whenever anybody improves their house, the neighborhood. So I'm all about improvement, within the historical context. So
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? I'm going to close public hearing, turn it over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. It's an old neighborhood. I'm very familiar with it, and I live very close. We're also in historic preservation, so we know the importance of trying to adhere to the rules, which really amount to no change to the exterior without permission. But I have a question. All that's in dispute right here is the carport. I'm curious about the fence. The fence is new, as I see it, as I drive by.
No, the fence has been there for probably approximately 10 years.
Okay, so it's been there 10 years, which is attached to a 65-year-old house. So there was a change made to the exterior of the house. By the way, the fence looks good.
Thank you.
And, yeah, I drove by it a couple of times, I took a look, and in fact, the carport looks a little older than that. It looks older than last year's construction. Am I correct on
The
how
timeframe, yes,
old
you are
is it?
correct, yes.
How old
It
is
is
that?
approximately a year.
Okay, all right. Well, Your Honor, the fact that this house is on a corner, and the side that is in violation is next to a street, a non-conforming fence has already been built there, which you can see in the illustration. I'm inclined to forgive on the height of the carport because there is no adjacent property owner. The house is attractive looking, very well kept, and I think that with the exception of this small infraction, I think it's worthy of forgiving. So I would, what's the proper motion here, planners?
Madam Mayor, through you, I believe the motion would be to approve the certificate of appropriateness. I do just want to point out and make sure that all parties are clear that this is not authorizing the carport at its current location from the city standpoint. A variance will still be required. This was built without permits and does encroach into the setback. So a variance through the planning department and through planning commission will still be required. However, this certificate of appropriateness that it sounds like the councilman is going to approve is just that it's fine from the fact that it's in the historic district and that this alteration is appropriate, essentially.
Robert, if I may, through you, Mayor. Robert, I don't think I have a picture of what it looked like before. Was there a carport there before?
Madam Mayor, through you, no, Councilman. There was not a carport before, I believe it's March of 2017.
Okay, all right, thank you. So at this point, then, I think I'll move for approval of a certificate of appropriateness, and we'll handle the waiver problem a little later. That's another step in the process.
But is there a timeline on when that should be accomplished?
Madam Mayor, again, and Councilman, that is going to be a variance that they'll need to do, and truthfully, they should be getting that submitted and working with our office immediately on that item. Now that they have the certificate of appropriateness, they should be moving forward with the variance process to avoid any code enforcement action on the site.
So give them some time.
Well, let's not make too many visits over there while we see it, that it gets fixed. I think you've done a good job with the property. You've run afoul of the rules, though. So you have to be careful. You can't build anything in that area without some permission if it's touching the outside.
Absolutely, thank you.
On the other hand, this is a very minor sin in the scope of things. There are some residents who have contacted me who have said no change is permitted at all, but I can probably count 10 or 15 that I know of that were unpermitted as well. Therefore, I'm going to move, again, well, I think I've made that motion.
Okay,
For the
there's a
approval.
motion to approve on agenda item 49. Please vote and please post.
Okay.
Motion carries.
very
Thank you.
much.
Remember, you still have to ask for a waiver.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, now it's time for 42. Okay. Discussion for possible action regarding the recommended fiscal year 2019 tentative budget for the City of Las Vegas and the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency. This is in reference to all wards. And I see we have both Mr. Adams and Mr. Engling. Wonderful. Okay, let's go. We're ready.
All right, good afternoon. This is Scott Adams again, City Manager, and I'm going to kick off our presentation on the budget, and when I'm done, I'll turn it over to Gary, Vanetta, and Jorge, who will finish the rest of the budget presentation. But I just kind of wanted to frame it. This budget that we're presenting to you, and this is our tentative budget, responds to a number of issues that we've indicated to you throughout the process that we believe we've been very responsive to. First, your priorities as a council, in particular the priority of public safety. Our citizen survey, the information that our citizens are telling us are important, and then also our employee engagement survey, because there are some things that have come out of that survey that we think are important as well. In particular, some of the things that we've been telling you about in terms of the silver tsunami and our need to be competitive as a workplace. It's been a difficult budget. It includes the expansion in those priority areas, largely funded by contraction in other areas. I think we indicated to you going into the budget process that we were going to ask for decrements. We've used those decrements because that was the only way we're going to get there with boosting some of the priorities that you indicated you wanted to see done. And we've identified in this process through our projections going forward that we are entering a time of a structural deficit. It's nowhere near what we had back in the recession, but nevertheless, we do have a structural deficit that we'll talk about a little bit further. And because of that, I'm going to be appointing what I'm calling Team 2020 to look at the 2020 budget. Because for us to deal with that kind of a structural deficit, we can't wait. We have to start now to be ready for it for the 2020 budget process. So with that framing of the presentation, I'd like to turn it over to Gary, who will take it from there.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, Gary Ameling, your Chief Financial Officer for the city. I'd like to start by just first of all thanking you for your interest throughout the process. We've actually, through the briefing process, we've had a lot of feedback from the City Council, and we appreciate all the feedback and the direction that you've provided to us. I'd also like to thank the staff in the Finance Department, particularly Finance Director Vanetta Appleyard and her staff, for all the work that they put into preparing the budget documents. It goes with a lot of effort. The documents that I'm holding up in my hands is just a piece of all the work that goes into the budget process. And we actually started this process back in the fall of last year, so it's already been going on for about half a year to get to this point today. I'd also like to thank the department heads and staff in each of the departments for their efforts in helping us put together the budget. And we are very excited to present to you today the fiscal year 2019 tentative budget for your consideration. We have a number of slides to cover today. I'm going to cover the majority of them. During the CIP portion of the discussion, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Operations and Development Officer Jorge Cervantes. But the focus of the presentation primarily is on the city's general fund. As you are aware, the city's general fund provides the majority of the day-to-day services for the city. So I'm going to start by looking first at the current fiscal year and talk a little bit about how we're doing for this current fiscal year. In terms of the fiscal year 2018 budget performance, the first section on this slide talks about the revenues. So far this fiscal year, based on our year-end estimates, it appears that we'll end the year about $1.3 million above budget. And this sub-bullets here indicate which areas are above and below budget. As we go through the course of a fiscal year with the size of the budget that we have, we know that there's going to be some variance from what we projected. And so some of the items came in above budget, some of them come in below budget. Generally speaking, the law of compensating errors, we usually end up okay. We try to be a little bit conservative when we put our budgets together, so we generally end up a little bit high on revenues, and we generally end up a little bit low on expenditures, which is why we usually have an ending fund balance that exceeds what we projected. Looking first at our major revenue sources, the consolidated tax, which is our largest revenue source, we budgeted 3.2% growth. We're at 4.7%. I think we gave you a briefing on consolidated tax yesterday, so that would be coming in about $4 million above budget. Property tax, on the other hand, is coming in slightly less than what we budgeted, but pretty close to budget at 4.9% growth, down about $400,000 from our current year budget. The licenses and franchise area, which is our third largest area of revenues, we're a little bit above budget there, about $900,000. The other category, which is down about 12.2% or $3.6 million, includes such things as EMS transports, court fines, and muni court charges. That area is down about $3.6 million from what we projected, but overall our revenues are expected to be a little bit above budget. Very close, actually, about 1% above budget. I'm sorry, about 1/3% above budget. The current estimate for our expenditures is that we're going to underrun our expenditure budget by about $3.7 million. This is fairly typical as we have vacancies throughout the year. Oftentimes those vacancies take a little bit longer to fill, and we also at this point are looking at trying to slow down some of those vacancy fills as we take a critical look at each of our vacant positions to make sure that those are positions that we really want to fill and need to fill, because we obviously have other priority areas that we're trying to make sure we cover. Our labor growth budget, which is the majority of our general fund budget, is expected to come in about 7.4% or $1,700,000 below budget. In the last year's budget process, you authorized 61.5 new or restored positions in the budget process. Many of those positions have already been filled as we're now in the second half of the fiscal year. The HR department has been very busy. Just to give you some concept of that, they've completed 260 recruitments so far in this year. And we've hired 541 staff, so even though we only had 61 new positions, there's a lot of turnover that happens throughout the year. We also are filling on an ongoing basis part-time positions such as lifeguards and whatnot that don't count in our regular full-time equivalent totals. We are recommending the use of some of the excess beginning fund balance. We're expecting to have about $5.2 million more than what we expected going into next fiscal year. Some of that would be recommended to cover some of the one-time costs associated with the expanded request that we're going to talk about for next fiscal year. And then $3.2 million is recommended to go over to the capital program. And you'll see in Jorge's presentation how we're recommending that that money be used. Turning now to the fiscal year 2019 budget, here are some of the key considerations. As I mentioned earlier, the process has been going on for several months now. One of the first things that we do when we start the budget process is we first look at what was in the current year budget that was a one-time item, and we take that out because we're starting from fresh, and we're trying to figure out what our base budget is moving forward. We then recosted our entire personnel budget based on the people that are currently on staff, because there's a lot of turnover throughout the year, and typically what happens is as you have new turnover, the new staff that come on board are slightly less expensive than the staff that leave. So we always want to recost the personnel budget as one of the first steps in the process. We also looked at any contractual labor agreements, and those labor contracts guide us in terms of setting the salaries for the next fiscal year. We then prepare our revenue estimates based on current economic projections and the best information that we can find, including outside experts. And we did meet with the Financial Advisory Committee back in November and got their feedback and their thoughts on our revenue estimates, and so that was very helpful. We also include any commitments and direction that was provided in the prior year budget adoption. And you recall that last year you provided us direction to add additional marshals over a 3-year period. And so in starting the budget process for this year, we started off by putting in the 13 marshals, which was the second year of that 3-year plan. Unfortunately, when we put that in and just rolled over that base budget, we started the year by looking at a slight deficit of $1.6 million, and I think we reported that out at one of your earlier briefings. We then got information from Metro, the Metropolitan Police Department. Their original ask was an increase of about $10.3 million, which obviously put us a little bit further into the hole. We asked all the departments, as the city manager mentioned, to submit 2% budget decrements. These are reductions in their current year budgets, and each of the departments did submit those. We went through and asked all the departments to go ahead and submit what they felt they needed for their departments in terms of expanded budget requests. As you can expect, those budget requests exceeded the available resources that we had available to us, and so it was very important that we tried to figure out what the highest priorities were based on your council priorities and direction. We spent time reviewing each of the department budgets. We went through all of the decrement requests. We went through all of the expanded requests. And what you have today before you is the city manager's recommended tentative budget for next fiscal year. One of the key findings of our efforts is that we really have to be careful because on average, when we look forward, our expenditure growth rates appear to be outpacing the growth rates that we're seeing in our revenues. And so that can lead to a structural budget deficit. And as we look later in the presentation at our 5-year forecast, you'll see what we're thinking in terms of how that plays out. Looking at some of the highlights for this year's budget, just covering a couple of the major points. Consolidated tax, our largest revenue source, we're estimating that it's going to grow 4.7% for next fiscal year, which is basically the same growth rate we're experiencing this fiscal year. So we're expecting moderate growth in the economy to continue. Property tax, as you're aware, there are caps in state law on property tax growth, 3% residential and 8% non-residential. Our estimate includes the fact that there's the secondary cap formula as well, which basically says that that 3% or 8% cannot come into play unless 2 times CPI exceeds the 3% or the 8%. So for this coming year, we're looking at residential growth of 3%, which is the cap, which CPI came in 2.1%, so we can have the cap for next fiscal year. But on the commercial side, the 2.1% CPI results in a 4.2% growth in the commercial side. We are expecting some new construction to be added to the rolls for this coming year, so we're expecting 5.5% growth in property tax. We've got some slides later on to talk about the expanded requests, but we are recommending to file a balanced tentative budget, and you'll see in the schedule at the end that the tentative budget is due to the state on April 16th, so just the week after next. Turning to some of the major revenue assumptions and looking at revenues in more detail, as I mentioned, our consolidated tax is estimated to increase by 4.7%, property tax at 5.5%. The major components of property tax, our assessed value is going up by 5.4% citywide, and we'll see later on that in the redevelopment area, it's going up by even faster than that. We have the tax caps. The amount of abated tax we'll look at in a minute in terms of a bar chart to see how that looks, but $33.7 million is currently where we stand with the county in terms of abatement for property tax for this coming fiscal year. We are expecting some moderate growth in some of our major categories. The licenses and franchise area, we're expecting 2.8% growth for next fiscal year, and fines and charges for services and other revenues are expected to grow by 2.4%. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we really need revenue growth to be at least equal to or greater than our average growth rate on expenditures in order to maintain a balanced budget. We are also continuing to see a contribution from the redevelopment agency to cover some of the maintenance costs associated with the project area of $1.7 million. This first chart that I'm going to show you is the consolidated tax history. It looks at a period, I know it's a little bit hard to see on your screens, but it looks at a period that starts in fiscal year 2006 and ends with the current projection for fiscal year 2019. This is one of our most economically sensitive revenue sources, so as the economy comes and goes, so does the consolidated tax collections of the city. And you can see the decrease. We had $264 million of collections back in fiscal year 2006. That dropped to $201.5 million just 4 years later as we were in the depths of the Great Recession. That was a large decline of over $60 million, or 24%. And obviously, if you have a decline of that nature, it's very difficult to balance your budget. It then took 10 years to get back to where we were back in 2006. So it just goes to show you that when you have that sort of decline, that can really change the game in terms of how you put your budget together. We are expecting, though, growth for next fiscal year, as I mentioned, of 4.7%, which would get us from the current year-end projection of $300 million to about $314 million going into next fiscal year. Looking at property taxes, again, we have the same period from fiscal year 2006 through fiscal year 2019. This bar chart is divided into 2 segments. The yellow segment at the bottom is our actual collections. The green segment at the top is the amount of abated property tax in accordance with state law. So if you look at this chart, you'll see, first off, The property tax is our second largest revenue source. It makes up about 18% of our general fund budget, and it also is very economically sensitive, as you can see by the data here. We did reach a peak of the yellow bar segments of $135 million back in fiscal year 2009, and that declined over the next couple of years by $46 million, or 34.5%. And you can see that as part of that decline, the amount of abated property tax was used up, because that abated property tax can be helpful when we're in a decline situation. But since that point in time, we have seen property taxes grow. We did cross back over, we expect to cross back over $100 million of property tax collections this current fiscal year, which would be an increase of 4.9% from last year. And you see that that abated property tax has grown because assessed value has outpaced the caps in the formula. In fact, this is the first year, next year, when we're going to see the full 3% residential tax increase, because inflation has been so low, those secondary property tax caps have kicked in and kept the increases very low. In terms of some of our other revenue budget assumptions, we did look at areas where we could see some revenue enhancements for next fiscal year, because we needed some areas where we could try to enhance the revenue side to help balance out with some of the priority areas on the expenditure side. So we looked at ways that to make sure that the general fund was being reimbursed for all of its costs. We looked at ways that we could make sure that the staff that are working on some of our enterprise funds could be appropriately charged those enterprise funds, rather than having the general tax of the city cover those costs. And we came up with this list. Building and safety, there's some additional revenue there of about $800,000. We are looking at the short-term rentals. We've had a lot of discussions in this room about short-term rentals. We think that there's about $600,000 of more money based on current city law that can be likely achieved for next fiscal year. Some of that's doing stepped-up policing of the properties that are already out there and already renting, and some of it is actual expected growth in number of approved short-term rentals based on current law. We are also looking at making sure that we are charging out to the Development Services Fund all of the administrative costs that we can, as well as making sure our charging is for special events in the fire departments, Department of Public Safety, and O&M, that we're charging those special events appropriately for the staffing that they're using when they have those special events based on what they can afford to pay. One other point I wanted to make here, there is also in this slide, and also in our expanded slide, a bullet about increased billing for public works staff time. Based on those FRI 2 monies that are coming into the city, we're going to be able to do a lot of capital projects, which Jorge is going to talk about. We need staff to be able to design and manage those projects, and so we're adding some staffing in the public works department. That staffing is partly offset by those FRI 2 monies. In looking at how our general fund revenues are made up, and this pie chart hopefully helps to show that makeup, you'll see that the blue segment on the right side is over almost 55% of our budget. That's the consolidated tax, and that's the one I mentioned was extremely economically sensitive. The next largest segment, just to the left of that, is property tax in orange, making up about 18% of our budget. Again, very economically sensitive. So we have about 73% of our general fund revenues coming from 2 revenue sources, and that's the kind of thing that makes chief financial officers and directors of finance not sleep very well at night. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later when we get into the financial forecast. The next largest slice is licenses and franchises, about 16% of our budget, and then all of the revenue sources make up about 11% of our general fund revenues. Turning now to the expenditure side of the budget, the expenditure growth rate for the current year is expected to be for the next year is expected to be about 4.5% over the fiscal year 18 budget, or about 5.1% over the year-end estimate for this current year. The primary drivers for that are our contractual labor cost increases that are based on those labor contracts, the request from Metro, as well as the additional positions that we're recommending be added to the budget for next year. We really tried to make sure that we could sustain as many programs as we could in putting together the budget, but we wanted to make sure we were staffing up in the priority areas that your direction was to make sure we're focusing on. We have the contractual obligations of the bargaining unit contracts. We have increased our expected vacancy factor. Most of the departments already had a vacancy factor that we budgeted for of either 3% for the larger department or 6% for the fire department. We have now added a 3% vacancy factor to all of the smaller departments as well, and that added a couple $1 million to help us add some additional positions in your priority areas. Metro's request was an increase of 6.6%, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute when we talk about how we were able to balance the budget. Their request does add some civilian positions as well as 13 officers. The number of officers they're adding is in addition to the ones that they're being able to add through their other revenue sources. So this is what they're adding through the revenue sources that we in the county are providing, and that would help them maintain their desired staffing ratio of 2 officers per 1,000 population. We are also, as I mentioned earlier, looking at now covering the cost of crossing guards. That was something that we paid Metro to provide that service, and now Metro is no longer going to provide that service, so we are basically absorbing that within our budget, but Metro is reducing our cost by the same amount. So $1.7 million was reduced from the Metro contribution and added to the Public Works Department because the city will be taking over the crossing guard contract for those crossings within our borders.
Madam Mayor, if I could just ask, are they going to continue to deduct that each year? Or is that for just this year? I'm
No,
sorry.
it's going to be an ongoing program.
That
so
they will, you'll be sure that you get that deduction, because that's a pain in the neck.
yes,
And they don't like it because it's a pain in the neck, and it's hard to get people, you know, for a couple hours and all that. But I just wanted to make sure that isn't just 1 year that they're going to reduce the cost to you. It'll be every year that they'll reduce that amount.
We'll keep an eye on it. We made sure that they did take it out of their ask for fiscal year 19, and we have added the same dollar amount that we took out of their amount to our
Okay.
budget.
Thank you.
Our proposal is that we add 56 new or restored positions in the general fund. They're actually not all new because we were able to repurpose 8 of the existing positions that are currently vacant. So actually, I think the general fund increase will be 48 new positions, so the count for authorized positions in the general fund would go up by 48. And you can see how they play out here. The 56 is divided into 42 for the general fund, 13 for other city funds, and I've got a couple of slides later on that shows you each of those positions that we're proposing to add. In looking at some of the expanded requests, this list does not include, as I mentioned earlier, we already had included in the base budget the first additional 13 marshals for the Department of Public Safety. So you won't see them on this particular list, but you'll see them on another list later on. In terms of how we're proposing to expand the budget for next year into some of your priority areas, we have the Metro increase request of $10.3 million. We have in the fire department a program called Mobile Integrated Healthcare, which we think will be a very helpful program there. In the Department of Public Safety, our proposal actually is to take what was to be the 3rd year of a 3-year program and accelerate it 1/2 a year. So we've budgeted for a 1/2 a year of the 3rd tranche of those 13 marshals. So we've got the 13 from this current fiscal year. In our base budget, we had 13 for the entire fiscal year 19, and we're proposing to add the 3rd 13 for a total of 39 additional positions compared to where we were 2 years ago. In the Public Works Department, this is the expanded request for the engineers associated with trying to do those capital projects that I mentioned earlier. One of our other key focus areas was the community services homeless support area. This area we're proposing to add 7 new positions, as well as additional private security and contractual services and additional porta potties. All of that will help us address the homeless situation. In the O&M area, some additional neighborhood support, including $150,000 each for the graffiti paint-out program, as well as our tree program downtown. Support for legal services and internal audit. This is on the legal services side primarily driven by body-worn cameras and the additional workload associated with those. And in the audit side, an additional IT auditor. We also had, when we went through all the department expanded requests, we also determined that about $2.7 million of those requests were what we considered to be contractual, things that we had to do. We really didn't have a choice. For example, in the fire and rescue department, we had to increase their overtime budget because as wages go up, it costs more per hour for the overtime costs, so we had to increase the overtime costs commensurately. We also had to fund the medical services contract increase, which is a multi-year contract in the Department of Public Safety. And we had to cover a similar type of increase in the RJC for the maintenance costs associated with that building and our share of that space. The Animal Foundation contract also has an annual increase. So those types of annual increases that are built into those contracts total about $2.7 million of increase for this coming fiscal year. In the IT area, primarily due to the software applications that we have, licensing and maintenance type fees, additional $1.2 million is going through from the general fund to that internal service fund. As the city manager mentioned, with the focus on Team 2020 in the next fiscal year, we're going to be taking a very hard look at all of our city IT applications. We have something close to 400 to 500 applications citywide, and we're hopeful that we can figure out ways to consolidate some of those applications and reduce that cost. We also are looking to try to address some salary inequities between some of our classified employees and our unclassified or non-represented employees. So we're requesting that we increase the salary pool for unclassified employees from 3% to 4%. The total of this list on this page is a total of $18.6 million of expansions, and primarily focused on those areas that you told us were the most important areas for us to focus on. In looking at how we would go about trying to fund this, we talked about the revenue enhancements. This list now is talking about ways to try to balance the budget through expenditure contractions and expenditure adjustments. One of the ways we're able to focus on more resources on priority areas was to shift resources away from other service areas, as the city manager mentioned. We're looking at taking most of the decrements from all of the city departments that were submitted. Again, we had 2% decrements submitted from every department. We did exclude the departments of Fire and Rescue and Department of Public Safety from that, so we did not take decrements in those two departments. That was a $3.9 million help in terms of funding those things on the prior slide. We were able to talk to the county and to Metro about their $10.3 million increase request, and they've both agreed to reduce it slightly, so we're looking at a $1 million reduction from what they originally asked for. They still are going to be able to fund all of the additional positions that they were requesting, and we will still be able to maintain that 2 officers per 1,000 population. We did increase the vacancy factor, I think I mentioned this earlier, to 3% now in all departments, so that added, or that took away from our expenditure budget $2.3 million. We did have a correction in a couple of our debt service items because we're now in the final year of the Fifth Street School payment on a note there. We were able to reduce that $500,000. And then because we've had higher interest earnings on some of our debt service funds, we were able to reduce the contribution from the general fund by another $500,000. So luckily we're seeing some additional investment earnings on our portfolio. We're also able to transfer some staff out of the general fund. We're looking to transfer staff from Economic Development Department to the Redevelopment Agency, which will be able to fund those positions. And the city manager has eliminated a vacant management analyst position in the city manager's office. This list totals about $8.9 million. And we are not done looking for areas of reduction. As the city manager mentioned, Team 2020 is going to continue to look at opportunities to reorganize, look for efficiencies, such as through possible consolidations, cross-departmental functions like inspectors, for example. We'll be trying to leave no stone unturned in terms of trying to figure out how to be the most efficient and effective city out there. In looking at where we're recommending the additional positions be added, this slide shows the 42 positions we're recommending for the general fund. Again, the note at the bottom indicates that 8 of those positions are really being funded through the elimination of other positions that were vacant. That was part of our decrement process. And we're looking to add 2 positions in the fire department. This is for paramedics related to that mobile integrated healthcare program I mentioned. In the community services area, this is primarily for homeless support, 7 additional positions. In internal audit, I mentioned this is primarily for technology auditing. In the city attorney's office, 2 additional administrative positions primarily related to body-worn cameras and the additional workload associated with those to get ready for going to court. In the Department of Public Safety, we have 2 tranches of 13 marshals. One was the planned 2nd year, and one is the accelerated 3rd year, which is funded for half a year in this proposal. And that'll help us increase park patrols for marshals, because we heard from our citizens that they want to feel more safe in our city parks, so we'll hopefully really enhance that area of the city's services. And in the Public Works Department, additional traffic support for public works projects, and that totals 42 positions in the general fund. In the other funds, 14 additional positions. In enterprise funds, 2 in the building and safety combination inspectors, 1 in parking in the EUD department. As we expand our parking footprint, we need some additional parking support. In the operations and maintenance area, 2 additional positions to help support neighborhood programs and maintenance. In public works, sanitation, this is in the enterprise fund. We have 3 additional positions, 2 plant operators, and 1 underground utility tech being recommended. In our internal service funds and special revenue funds, 2 additional positions are recommended there. 1 is in support of Project Eddy It's an IT position to help manage the additional applications that we've added associated with Project Eddy, which hopefully is going to result eventually in reduction in positions at the DSC because we'll have more things automated. And then in the operations and maintenance area, one additional position to provide administrative support. In looking how our employee population has changed over time, again, we're looking at a period of time that kind of goes back to before the Great Recession through current year. The first bar on this slide is the fiscal year 2008 bar. The larger blue segment at the top is non-public safety positions. The smaller but very important red segment at the bottom is public safety positions. And you can see how the overall number of positions has changed over time. As a result of the Great Recession and the drop in revenues that we talked about earlier, we cut 531 positions from our staffing, going from about 2,900 positions down to about 2,300 positions in a period of about 4 to 5 years. In the public safety area, we've now fully restored the positions that were cut, plus we're up 97 positions from where we were at back in fiscal year 2008, because that's obviously a high priority area for the city. In the non-public safety area, we're still down about 317 positions, even with the additional ones that we're recommending be added. So we've figured out how to work smarter and more effectively, because we are effectively providing most of the same services we were providing before the recession, but with a significantly lower staffing level. And in total, non-public safety employment is still down about 16% from that before recession peak, and public safety staffing is about 11% higher with these additional positions being recommended than where we were at before the pre-recession peak. The general fund expenditures break out into a couple different ways, looking at it in terms of a pie chart. This first pie chart shows you by account category. The largest portion of our budget is salary and benefits, which is very common for a city's general fund. And in fact, since we basically effectively outsource the policing of the city to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, which is largely personnel budget as well, if you take that LVMPD segment on the left, the gray segment at 26%, and you added it to the city's salary and benefits of 54%, you would see that we're spending right about 2/3 of our budget on salary and benefits, a little bit more than 2/3, I'm sorry, about 80% of our budget on salary and benefits. The next largest segment is non-labor at the top in the dark blue. That's primarily supplies, services, contractual services, and the like. That's fairly small from my experience looking at that segment compared to other cities that I've worked at. But generally speaking, general funds are typically 70 to 80% labor cost. So this is not an uncommon picture. Looking at the general fund expenditure budget in terms of functions as opposed to by account category, this slide shows you that the public safety function, which does include both the city's public safety departments as well as what we're contributing to Metro, totals about 2/3 of our overall expenditures. And the next largest segment at the top left in dark blue, general government, which is basically all the support services departments plus the planning department, development services center portion of the general fund, that segment is about 11.3%. And then you can see how the other functions account for the rest of our city budget. This slide is a chart that basically summarizes a 3-year look at our general fund budget. The top section is the revenues, the middle section is expenditures, and then there's a calculation of any excess or shortfall, or basically a budget surplus or deficit, and then transfers and then fund balance at the bottom. We also have indicated at the very bottom how we stand compared to the council adopted policy of maintaining a 20% fund balance to help us cover any rainy days. We know rainy days come and go. Fortunately, we're not in one today, but we do have to be very careful when we work on our budget for this year, because it is a difficult year to balance the budget. So you see that the proposed budget is a $573.7 million budget, both on the revenues and the expenditures. So that was what we would call a balanced proposed budget. And you can see the growth from the prior year-end estimate, which is $550 million on the revenues and $545 million on the expenditures, which yields that $5 million excess balance at the end of the year, which I talked about allocating towards one-time costs for the expanded requests as well as to capital projects for next fiscal year. In terms of where we would be at in the ending fund balance, we're expecting to end this year just slightly above our ending fund balance target of 20% at 20.3%. If you added in the other reserve that we have called the Fiscal Stabilization Reserve. We were at 22.7% estimated at the end of this fiscal year. And then for next fiscal year, the proposal puts us slightly below the 20% target at 19.5%. If you rounded that to the nearest whole percentage, it still would be at 20%. But with the fiscal stabilization, we'd be at 21.8% at the end of next fiscal year. Looking at just overall revenue and expenditure trends, this bar chart has bars for the expenditures and a green line showing you the revenues for each year. These are actual revenues and expenditures and estimated year end for fiscal year 18 and proposed budget for 19. Obviously, the proposed budget for 19 being a balanced budget, the two lines are right on top of each other. But you can see over the last few years, we've actually been fortunate enough to have a budget surplus each of the last fiscal years. If you look at the years during the Great Recession, you'll see that several years there in a row, we fell below what we spent in terms of that and had to rely on that fund balance. That's why having an ending fund balance is so important, especially when you're in an area where you're dependent or more dependent on one or two particular types of industry or business segment. In this case, tourism and construction are our primary two that we're dependent on. We also, every year as part of the budget process, do what we call a 5-year financial forecast. It's a fairly extensive effort. This is the resulting slide that basically shows you what we're projecting in terms of surplus or deficit each fiscal year, moving out 5 years beyond the budget year. You can see on this chart that we have a 0 in the third column, which is the fiscal year 19, which is our proposed balanced budget, so there's no proposed surplus or deficit in that fiscal year. But when we take each of the city's revenue accounts and we project them forward based on the best information we have today, and we take our expenditures and we project those forward, we did do a couple things on the expenditure side I wanted to point out. Number one, we have now the full year of the third tranche of those marshals fully budgeted for fiscal year 20. We have half a year in fiscal year 19 and then the full year effect in fiscal year 20. We also added in an additional 13 firefighters. This would be the additional crew that would staff Station 103 after the crew that's going to be temporarily housed there moves back to Station 3 after the construction is complete next year. So in that base budget for fiscal year 20, we're proposing already an additional 13 firefighters as well as the additional half year of those 13 marshals in that third tranche. We're also expecting that Nevada PERS is going to be giving us a pension rate increase, so we're preparing for that and showing an increased cost there. We are going to be out of our labor contracts at the end of this fiscal year, so we're going to be in negotiations next year. We don't know how that's going to turn out, obviously. We've plugged in just a CPI type increase for staffing projection purposes in this model. Obviously, we're not under contract for any of that at this point, but we were wanting to show how it would look realistically if we were to give raises out for the next 5 years. And what the bottom line results show is that we would have what we would call a structural budget deficit. And it's primarily driven by the fact that our average growth rate for revenues over this 5-year period is about 3.5%, and our average growth rate for expenditures over this 5-year period is closer to 4%. So when you have that slight imbalance, your lines are going to cross and you're going to have what we call a structural budget deficit. So it is now our duty to try to figure out how to work over the next year to come back to you next year with, instead of a $7.5 million deficit, to come back with a balanced budget for next year. So we are very hopeful that the economy continues. This is what I would call a no recession scenario. One thing I will point out, it has actually been almost 9 years since the technical end of the Great Recession. It ended technically in June of 2009. I know that it lingered many years beyond that, but technically it ended in June 2009. That's when the gross domestic product actually started expanding again. 9 years is almost twice the average length between recessions in the post-World War II period, which is about a little bit less than 5 years on average. So we know that sooner or later we're going to experience another recession, and so it's important that we prepare and we maintain those reserve levels to help us buffer our way through any recession. So that is our general fund forecast. I'm going to turn it over to Jorge Cervantes, our Chief Operations and Development Officer. He's going to talk about the capital program, and then I'll be back to wrap it up with a couple of overall budget slides and answer any of your questions as well. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jorge Cervantes.
Excuse me, if you would, for 1 second, Councilman Coffin would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and to you, Gary. Thank you for, just to take a second, Jorge. Well, we're not alone in this fix as far as the revenue unpredictability and it's very thin sourcing. So are the other municipalities thinking the same way and making the same provisions? Because the city of Las Vegas led the way in cutting spending before anybody else did in 2008, and it helped us get through it even though we had to lay off people. But are the others sounding the same alarm to their boards?
You know, every city is a little bit unique, and so it really depends where they're focusing their priorities on, whether or not they're going to be experiencing a problem in balancing their budget for this next fiscal year. We are actually adding to our staffing levels and focusing additional positions on these key priority areas where the additional staffing we're added in the public safety area. I don't know if the other cities are doing the same sort of thing that we're doing, but it's obviously very important to us at this point in the history of our city to make these changes, and so that's why we're moving forward with that. We have talked to Henderson and North Las Vegas. North Las Vegas continues to obviously have some challenges associated with putting their budget together. The city of Henderson is in a little bit of a different economic type position than we are, having a slightly different mix of major employers in their city than what we have here in our city. And they have different sort of challenges in areas such as homelessness than what we are experiencing here. So we have kind of a unique situation in terms of other cities in the valley than what we see in other cities. But yes, every city always has sort of challenges when putting together the budget, and it's always a matter of deciding which priorities you're able to fund and which ones you're not able to fund.
So the revenues right now in your projection are really including all the new construction that might be out there?
Yeah.
And
We're hopeful that we can beat the revenue projections that we have, but our revenue projections for next year are actually fairly healthy. At C-Tax at 4.7% and property tax at 5.5%. Those are fairly healthy growth rates. The problem is the other half of our revenues aren't growing very fast at all. And so we're looking at ways to try to get that additional growth in some of those other categories.
Right. I have to thank you, though, for that conservative approach on revenue. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cervantes, on we go.
Thank you, Mayor. As we start to develop your capital budget, your capital plan, we look at various multiple funding sources to put that together, and some of these funding sources come with restrictions as to what they can be used for. So I just want to run over some of these sources and what some of those restrictions are. When we look at the 5 cents ad valorem tax, that's money that can only be used for city facility improvements, whether we're replacing a roof at a community center or trying to do some facility improvements. The 1% room tax has restrictions that can only be used for transportation type improvements. The Community Development Block Grant Program, that's a federally funded program, and it's only for census that are eligible, lower to middle income census tracts that would qualify for that. The residential construction tax that comes from new residential construction can only be used for recreational type facilities. And so some of these sources limit what we can do as far as capital improvements. In addition to that, we also look at projects that are finishing up, projects that we're completing, that were funded in previous years, and as we close those projects out, we grab that remaining balance and push it over to the following fiscal year to be able to get more projects out. And then we use the fund balance that Gary referred to earlier from a previous year from the operational budget, and if there's any surplus there that can be transferred out, that also comes into the capital program for the following year. In this particular case, there's $3.2 million from fiscal year 18 that's being pushed into the capital program. So as we started putting your program together, we started looking what are those significant projects that we know are priority to council and part of what the overall master plan is. And so one of the projects that we're proposing for funding this year is Fire Station 3. This is the fire station that's on Washington Bonanza, one of our oldest fire stations, and actually a 4-bay fire station compared to our newer 2- and 3-bay fire stations. But we've got additional personnel that we staff there in additional operations. We're looking at funding that by issuing a new bond that would be paid out of the Fire Service Initiative to pay for that bond. We're also looking at adding a parking garage on the medical district. This is to help with all the growth that's occurring out there. We're seeing a lot of activity. Certainly, the new medical schools provide greater demand, but also UMC is looking at expanding. And they're talking about not only using the money that we're going to participate, but then participating with some money to make this garage bigger to service more people out there. And so for that, we're looking at issuing another bond that would be paid out of the Parking Enterprise Fund. And then just last meeting, we brought a funding agreement for you all to approve on the Fremont Street canopy reconstruction. As you recall, that project cost us $33 million, of which the city agreed to participate with $10.7 million through our redevelopment agency. In the Corridor of Hope, we're moving forward with Phase 2 of the courtyard. Phase 1 is under construction now, which is temporary facilities. This Phase 2 will build some of the permanent structures out there to get that facility further up and running. We're using a bond that will be paid back with CDBG federal funding over a period of time for $10 million. And then we're using some of the City Parkway 5 funding from the sale proceeds of parcels to add capacity to a parking garage that's under design right now, about to start construction on Symphony Park on Parcel B. Earlier today, you heard about the World Market Center and what they're doing with the convention center. Our economic development group is working with a hotel that's adjacent to Parcel B, and because of what's going on with the convention center and everything else, they've decided to up the size of this hotel, creating more room, more capacity, and so we're increasing the size of our garage to help support everything that's current in that area. And then we're using $2 million for the Third Street project. That project, as we talked about before, is really about how do we meet some of the needs that we've heard from our community downtown about creating open and green space downtown. So that's recapturing some of the public right-of-way and converting it to open space. So this will be able to get the project out by the end of this year. If we look at the category for the major category for these fundings, there's about $13.8 million of the general fund that's going toward public safety. About $19 million is going toward infrastructure, $10 million to social services, 3.3 through recreational facilities, about 1.9 for maintenance, and about $1 million toward technology. So overall, if you look at the allocation of general funds toward the capital program, there's about $77 million that are being transferred in for improvements in the capital program, 54 new projects that will be going on the books. The general fund is just one of the funding sources that we use in our capital plan, in our 5-year capital plan. There's other funding sources that are regional funding sources, enterprise, and some of you sit on these regional boards that approve some of these projects. There's about $43 million of flood control projects that are part of that program, about $91 million. It's really federal money, but it goes through the Department of Transportation as a transfer to come into the local jurisdictions. About $343 million of the Regional Transportation Commission, and Gary referred earlier about the FRI money and the need to try to get those projects out to take advantage of that. And then out of the Sanitary Sewer Fund, about $203 million. This goes to our collection system, our sewer lines, but also to our treatment plant out there. So for your 5-year program and your capital program, we look at about $958 million worth of projects that over the next 5 years we'll be working on. And with that, I'll turn it back to Gary.
Thank you. Very exciting.
Thank you, Jorge. Looking now at the city's redevelopment agency, our fiscal trends, first up, assessed value increases. We've seen fairly healthy assessed value increases both in the current fiscal year and projected for next fiscal year as well. The projection for next fiscal year actually is a 32% assessed value increase, which would hopefully result in additional tax of about 15.6%. We are able to continue to pay back the $20 million note on the Smith Center. In the focus areas for next fiscal year, for the redevelopment agency, marketing of the medical district, Symphony Park development, the office tenant incentive program, our new market tax credits. We have a little bit of allocation left to dole out. The contribution I mentioned that's going to go from the RDA to the city's general fund for maintenance in the RDA area of $1.7 million will continue. We also, as part of your action a couple of weeks ago, are going to be participating in the exciting Fremont Street Experience Canopy renovation project. And so money will come into the redevelopment agency from Fremont Street Experience to pay back the debt that we're going to issue to help fund that project, as well as money that would come from the RDA to help pay for its share of that contribution, and our third partner being the LVCVA to help make that project come to fruition. We are also looking, as I mentioned, on the general fund side to transfer some positions between the Economic and Urban Development Department to the city's RDA, and we are, again, hoping that that will all be covered by the additional revenues coming into the RDA. Here's the projection for the revenues and expenditures for the redevelopment agency for the 3-year look. And you can see the growth projected in the tax increment on the right column there. Again, we would like to point out that 18% of the tax increment that we collect in the redevelopment agency is carved out by state law. 9% goes to affordable housing projects, and 9% goes for education. So you see that red reduction of $3.7 million for next fiscal year. So that's a nice bump up to those programs as well as when we see a bump up in the RDA's ability to do its projects as well. On the operations expenditure side, you see some growth there. The debt service number is growing primarily because of that Fremont Street Experience project. And then you can see that this would result in the fund balance being maintained basically in the $23 million range, growing slightly to $28 million next fiscal year. In terms of summing up our overall city budget, This slide shows you for all city funds, the total budget for next fiscal year would grow from $1.3 billion to $1.4 billion. That would include the city's general fund, which was the primary focus area of this presentation, the capital improvement program budget, which Jorge just presented, all of the city's enterprise funds, its internal service funds, its special revenue funds, and its debt service funds would make up the rest of that $1.4 billion. The general fund budget would grow from the $549 million current year budget to $574 million. The capital program that Jorge just presented would be a $331 million program for next fiscal year. And then you can see the requested authorized staffing level for next fiscal year would grow by 48 positions. And again, that's the 56 ones we reviewed earlier, less the 8 that we'd be repurposing, eliminating the current purpose of that position and funding a new purpose for a new position. And with that, our request today is for your direction to help us finalize the tentative budget and file it with the state by the required deadline on the 16th of April. And I think with that, I will turn it back over to the city manager.
Okay, to summarize the key budget takeaways, I think Gary's done a fantastic job of giving you all the details of this tentative budget, but I think one of the things we really want to underscore is the fact that our revenue growth is not keeping pace with expenditure growth. Our average revenue growth rate is 4.3%, but our average expenditure growth rate is 5.2%. So as Gary indicated, that defines a structural deficit. In this budget that we're asking your consideration of as a tentative budget for 19, we've expanded in your priority areas of public safety, Metro, marshals for park security, homelessness, mobile integrated health care, and neighborhood support of graffiti and tree programs. We are presenting to you a tentative balanced budget for filing. And because of that point I made at the very outset, that we do have a structural deficit, I am actually, as we speak, putting the finishing touches on our Team 2020. And we're going to be rolling that out here in the next 30 days because we cannot let any grass grow under our feet in terms of attacking the 2020 budget to deal with that structural deficit. So the schedule that we're going to be going through in terms of next steps, we need to file our tentative budget with the state by April 16th. We will have a budget hearing on May 21st where that would be a special council meeting where we need to approve the final budget. We would need to file that final budget by June 1st, and we would also need to file the 5-year CIP with the state by August 1st of 2018. So with that, that is our recommendation to you for approval of a tentative budget, and our team stands ready to answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm going to open up to council. We'll start with Councilwoman Fiore.
Thank you, and thank you both. I know that you guys have worked very, very hard on this, and Manager Mr. Adams, you and I both swore in at the same time, so we're new and we're getting to know each other, and in the briefings, and as a as the new girl that usually walks into your briefings with boxing gloves, I just have to thank you for spying with me on all of the budget questions and addressing them and hearing them. The most important thing, because I know that you guys and your whole team heard some of my requests and our other council requests, is the implementation on going forth, because we're beginning this together as newbies, and as we go forth, the big transparency about transparent, so we and everyone can see the questions when asked, and just the things that we've already went over several times. I just want to make sure, besides hearing it, as we go forth, you implement our requests. Do you agree with
Absolutely.
that?
I think, as I mentioned to you during this process, Gary and I both are big believers of a rigorous budget process. So we are prepared to make those enhancements and improvements going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman?
As the other new guy, thanks again, and I look forward to getting a little more detail to help me get educated further on the process, which I appreciate. And I'm really pleased with your 2020 initiative because that's how we're going to make up those red deficits as we move forward. And I look forward to hearing what you come forward with and contributing as well. So, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work. We'll have more questions, of course, but I know it is very, very difficult to balance everything. And what I appreciate so much is that you're able to keep up our emphasis on innovation and new things, but most importantly, a lot of attention is being given to the neighborhoods and the neighborhoods throughout the valley, because I think it's so important that we understand that's what it's all about. Their safety, which you've certainly emphasized, their growth, which you've emphasized, the new, what do they call it, MOS or MAS, I forget, units that are working out there with every, the police, the integrated.
The more teams, yes.
Say that again.
They're the more teams, M-O-R-E.
The more, that's
yes.
what I meant. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember just that. The more team, the increase in that, the emphasis you're putting on neighborhoods and the problems that have existed for so long that has sometimes fallen to neglect, and when they fall into neglect, then you get worse problems you're addressing, and I just think you're doing a very, very good job in that area. Thank you.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just brief comments here. I participated in the process and enjoy it. I think you are doing a good job. I don't think anybody here is questioning that. You're living within a system that for just short of 40 years has handicapped local government to the extent that it has to live upon a couple of very unstable revenue sources, which has led to yo-yo budgeting and yo-yo attention to service all over the state of Nevada. And it's a shame because we don't have enough money to do what we really need to do. You've balanced the budget here, and I assume it's not going to change much before our final vote on the budget, but it's troubling because the public may not understand. We have a balanced budget, and we have a lot of people working for us, but we need more money because our demand for services is so much higher than what we are providing. People talk out of one side of their mouth and said, we want low taxes, don't Californicate Nevada, don't do this, don't do that. But on the other hand, they say, make me safe, keep the bums out of my neighborhood, stop the criminals, control the drugs. And you can't do that without money. So you've done it as best you can with what the money we have. But once again, we're going to fall short in our ability to fight crime, probably be able to fall short again. There's no pride in this, but it is something that we just have to keep making noise about. We have to keep reminding people, not just in our city, all the municipalities and the counties, that we've got to bring the legislature around to this. And believe me, I fought this battle up there losing a lot. And I think we've got good people that will help, but it's still just a bite at a time. The darned caps on property tax, that's an example of where I participated in this. Now, 15 years later, we thought we were doing the right thing because values were going so far, so fast, way above where they should have been. So the taxes were running really high. And the local governments were living off that and spending it as fast as they could. So we never could really tell what an appropriate amount of money was because the appropriate amount was whatever we got, we spent. Now we know that we can't always live that way. Yet all these years later, the unintended consequences of the property tax cap are that we can't get enough money. So it's funny how things work out. But I'm hoping that we will be united with all the other cities and counties in getting some changes made again in 2019 at the legislature. So let's just be the first warning shot. Thank you.
So, first of all, I want to thank you. I want to thank you and your teams. It's really been a very refreshing year for us. The city council has sort of seemed to have changed in its involvement and its voice, which I applaud because it never hurts to open a deeper dialogue. And I think where you've come I mean, I can't recall in my 7 years ever having such an open conversation as we had this year, and a real caring about looking, not the prior councils didn't care, but the opportunity to be able to have that open dialogue, and then to find you and your team, Scott, so responsive, and Gary, I mean, you're all working so hard, and knowing the changes you've met in your captaining team, but they all rely on the people with whom they're working. I think it's been a remarkable experience, and knowing how difficult, just listening to what Councilman Coffin has just said, you know, the demands are so much greater all the time on us because people only understand what they want to understand, and why aren't we fixing their one thing? When the reality is we have so much more to undertake. So I couldn't be prouder and more pleased with where you've come, that you've listened so well to the offerings of this city council, because even though sometimes it was done with great vigor and excitement, the reality was we're all in the same ball game together, and we want everything to be a home run, and if not, at least a hit. And so I can't thank you, both of you, so very much. Scott, your leadership, Jorge, everybody that is part of this city team, and Vanetta, I mean, I just look out at your people, and what a high quality. And the city, you know, I was thinking yesterday and this morning when I was reading the sad news about Len Jessup, and I thought, well, my goodness, Dr. Richards is retired from CSN. We're looking for a new superintendent. We will now be looking for a new head of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and we are going to be having a new governor. So what's stable? The city of Las Vegas is very stable, and just really excited of the aggressiveness of how you've looked at this. And it's always good. You can always find good out of challenge, and I just want to commend you all. And I'm going to make a motion to go ahead and approve this agenda item 42, looking forward to the budget hearing on the 21st and the filing on the June 1st. And thank you all. Congratulations to you. And most of all, thank you staff that are here and staff that isn't here. But thank you, colleagues on our council. I'm just really pleased. I feel that this is so open and just such a good exercise with a good result. And we never know what's coming down the pike. But I just feel this teamwork is tremendous. And so thank you, colleagues up here, all of you. Newbies, too. Newbies for sure. Love your, and we love the voices that are getting stronger. All the voices are getting stronger. So with that, I've made a motion that I need to vote upon. And then please post. Thank you. You may now sleep. Thank you. For a short while. Thank you very, very much. And we will now move to agenda item 50, setting the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings, instructing the city clerk to set these public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous building, nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you, will do.
Now, there's been an over and under on the length of this city council meeting, so I can really stall it out if I want for the person who has the over, but not going to do that. So we will move on to our second and final citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. This is your opportunity to address us at the Council, but we are not able to respond or engage in dialogue. So anyone who's been so patient, you've been waiting so long.
Oh, thank you. My name is Stephen Spahn, 830 Park Paseo, Las Vegas. My wife, Mary Ellen Spahn, is here too.
She's very patient too.
Oh, thank you.
More patient, because you're not speaking.
Yeah, we just wanted to, we have the property just directly to the west of the distillery parcel that was sold earlier. And we weren't quick enough to come up, but we just wanted to say thank you to the mayor, to the council, to the EUD department, to Scott Adams. Obviously, this is, really great news because this is an area that's, not exactly the best area, but you guys are helping make it better. And so we wanted just to thank you and appreciate all you're doing.
Well, we're excited. Watch it. It's so nice to be thanked. We love that.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, and
You're
thank you for
welcome.
waiting all day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Wait all day.
Staying power. Thank you. We're going to keep working on it, trust me.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Your Honor, Anthony
Hi.
Casabianca, yes, counsel, yes, I found the place finally, and that,
Name for the record.
those, budget people, they called me, actually 2 days ago.
Oh.
I was the first one on the list that they called, and said they're gonna get me to pay for my lights, everything, my lights, my rent, being
Wonderful.
put on my budget, because like I said, the state, I called Social Security, I only get $770. So what they said is, they're gonna call me and they're gonna see what, they run it down, and I fix the requirement, boom,
Wonderful.
they're gonna pay for everything.
Wonderful. Well,
So
we're
it's very,
delighted
and it's
for
going
you.
good,
It's a
and
good
everything's
year.
going good. I thank
It's a good
you
year.
and
Thank you for coming
Yep,
down.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you have a, how was your holiday?
Every holiday was beautiful.
Yes,
Thank
your
you so much.
Passover, happy Passover.
Thank you. Yep,
And
we had
say hi,
Easter, and Sunday,
after-
this coming Sunday is our Greek Easter.
Oh, yes.
So, we had last Sunday for everybody else, so.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good news. Okay, I'm going to close that public comment. Now it's council recognition time. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. So we will start down there at the end.
Great. Ward 2's up. Councilman Steve Soroka. And while we're getting the slides up, I know hey, there he is. Next slide, please. We have another success, Mayor. I think everybody'd be happy with this.
Oh,
We've located another one. The Nevada Child Seekers is doing an incredible job, and this time Amia Jackson was found. She was last seen on the 16th of March and was found on the 24th. So well done, good job, congratulations again. So really proud of the team and our community. So keep up the good work. And unfortunately, on the next slide, we have a new person to highlight. We have Tiana Perrier. She's 13, a female, 5 feet tall, 125 pounds with brown hair, brown eyes and black hair. She has a birthmark, and she was last seen in the area of Broadbenton, Russell. She had ripped blue jeans on and a white T-shirt with a black zip-up hoodie and black sneakers. She could be carrying a backpack, so please keep your eyes and ears open and reach out to Metro Police at the number at the bottom or the Nevada Child Seekers, where we've had 2 successes in a row here, so keep up the good work and thank you. Next slide, please. Coming up, we have Movie in the Park with Coco on Saturday, April 14th at 6:30 at Bruce Trent Park. We're starting the season. It's getting warm outside, so come out and celebrate, have a good time, get to meet your neighbors. And I can tell you, we've been doing some good business here at City Hall with people that I've met at the movie at the park. So there is an opportunity to move the community along at these events. There's going to be some free food and beverages as well as the wonderful movie that we have in our amazing City of Las Vegas stage. And next slide. And please follow me on social media and on Channel 2, CTL, City of Las Vegas TV. We're coming up with the next edition, so thank you. Councilman Steve Soroka out.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see what comes up here. There we go. Come and join me for coffee with a cop and a councilman. It will be at Neaters at Craig and 95, Craig and Tenaya. I'll be there. We'll have Metro officers there. We'll have our great city marshals there, and you can sit down and talk to me and your law enforcement officers about things that are going on in your neighborhood and how we can improve them. So the date is April 9th. 9 to 10:30 a.m. Neaters at Craig and Tenaya. So please come out. Thank you. I think we have, and then the mayor will be having coffee with the mayor in my ward, in Ward 4, at the Omelet House at Rampart and Lake Mead, next to the Smith's Food King, from 8 to 9:30. So come on out. I'll be there. The mayor will be there, and be glad to chat with you about things that are happening in Ward 4 and citywide. So Wednesday, April 11th, 8 to 9:30 a.m., the Omelet House at Lake Mead and Rampart. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, we've had several right
Yeah,
there.
great
in the
turnout,
past.
too.
Yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of fun. Love that little omelet house, too. Mayor Pro Tem?
We'll put our...
Your mic.
We'll put our picture on, I hope. I believe we're going to start with just the fact, because we've noticed a lot of this in Ward 1. Remember, it's spring, and that your grass and your weeds should be cut less than 8 inches. It's all right, maybe if they're a little bit taller than that, but what we're finding is a lot of them are growing so very tall that neighbors are complaining. I know how you feel. I've got a lot of them in my yard too. This is what happens when the beauty of spring comes upon us. We have to keep doing some work also. The next slide, please. And we get to enjoy cocoa also, Mr. Soroka. We get to enjoy it on Friday, April 27th at dusk at the West Charleston Lions Essex Circle Park. Now, I want you to know how long that name is. That's because it's had 3 different names in its career. West Charleston Lions Essex Circle Park, which is located at 600 Essex Circle, and of course we'll have free water and popcorn. We'll have some amenities sold there also, and we just hope you'll all come out. I know this park has changed its appearance, its venue, and its attendance in the past 10 years or so, and the families there are so appreciative of what we have and that the city gives them. So we'll have a nice crowd. Be sure and come out. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. And our new lady of the block, come along, Miss Fiore.
Thank you so much. We have a lot of things to talk about today. We'll start with our first slide. There we go. So we lost 4 of our children in Ward 6 this past week. 3 of our children in Centennial Hills High School, A.J. Rossi, Brooke Howley, and Dylan Mack, were hit by a drunk driver in California while they were on spring break last Thursday at about 1 a.m. And there were 4 of our children in the car. A.J., Brooke, and Dylan, their bodies expired, and of course their heart and souls will live forever. We had Alexis Vargas actually get out of that car and survive, so I'm grateful that Alexis Vargas is still here. We also lost Matt Talma, and Matt Talma went to Centennial High School as well. Matt was an Eagle Scout with Troop 340, and my heart goes out to all of these families. My grandson Jake is a Cub Scout with Troop 789, and I just want to just say that our bodies may expire, but our souls live forever, and for the families and the friends that have lost their friends, know that you will reunite in the future. So those are our 4 little angels now. I got visited in my office by the executive director from Workforce Connections and our very own Dr. Lisa Hibbler. And they are building a very strong future for our youth employment program, where we are recruiting employers and we are training our youth to actually work. And I'm very, very, very excited about this program. And I will say, we are fortunate to have Dr. Lisa Hibbler. She's amazing. She's amazing.
Yep.
And I sit on the Workforce Connections Board, and what a board. We just got back from DC, and you talk about the city helping innovate new hires and making sure our citizens get trained and employed. That's what we do. We are going to be having our Mondays with Michelle this coming Monday, April 9th, over at the Centennial Hills YMCA, which is at 6601 North Buffalo Drive. And I'm there from noon to 6. We'll have lunch and snacks as usual, and there's no appointment necessary. This is, we take half of our Mondays on the second and fourth Monday of every month to make sure that we hear the concerns of all of our Northwest Ward 6 residents. And we really have a great time out there at the YMCA office. So come and join us there. This Saturday, I'm really, really, really excited. We have our Spring Foster celebration, where we're going to have an Easter egg hunt. We're going to have face painting and games and horseback riding and local entertainment and a farmer's market and jump houses, and we'll have the Easter Bunny there again. We just can't get enough Easter. But I'm really, really, really excited about the Spring Foster celebration because it lets our foster kids out there in the Northwest get together with their siblings, especially if they're in two different homes, because there could be more than 2 or 3 siblings. So that's this April 7th at the Floyd Lamb Park, which is 9200 Tooley Springs Road. Very excited about that. Along with our Spring Foster celebration, we're going to have our car registration show. We're going to have our classic car show, which is always really, really fun and a favorite. So please, for more information for the car show, you can put your car in the show. It's called 702-229-5463. Then, of course, we do these movies in the park. And the last time we tried showing Beauty and the Beast, we got rained out, and we saved it for next Friday, the 13th, at 7 p.m. at the Centennial Hills Park. I'll be there. Of course, we'll have free popcorn and water. And so that's Friday the 13th, 7 p.m. Come watch Beauty and the Beast with me. I literally did not see that movie so I could watch it with my neighbors. So join me there at the park to watch the movie. Then we have a couple of pets. We have a real ladies' man dog. We have a Bagpipe, and he is a mixed breed. He's 5 years old. He's a neutered male. He walks well on a leash, and he has lots of personality. He's friendly, but interacts best with female dogs. Don't most men. Anyway, so that's our ladies' man dog, Bagpipe. And then we have Jiminy, bunny rabbit. And Jiminy is about a year old, and this playful black furball loves his Timothy Hay and digging in his newspapers. He'd love to hop on into the life of an experienced bunny family. So again, please go and adopt Jiminy and Bagpipe, and my offer always is extended to you guys. If you go and pick these 2 precious animals up in the next 24 hours, I will pay for your adoption fee. Thank you guys, and have a great day.
Awesome. I loved under your rabbit there, it said sex rabbit.
I know. Well,
But it is a fixed rabbit.
It's a fixed rabbit.
Good.
Yeah.
So it's sex forever, it's just itself.
Yeah, that's right. It's confused.
No, I mean, my favorite story, anybody who wants to hear about rabbits, please Google Australia rabbits.
Oh, yeah.
Going back to 1820, 1830, they had no rabbits. They brought in 25. By 1920, they had 2 billion. So
That's
it's
where
good
that
that
kiss like a
your
rabbit
little
expression
rabbit
comes from,
is,
yeah.
it's your rabbit.
Yeah.
Anyway, to bring this to some closure, believe it or not, this Friday is First Friday. So we have wonderful things downtown, and it's very exciting. And 18B and the Fremont Street Experience and Fremont Entertainment District, everywhere things are hopping, and certainly out in the wards, definitely so. Councilman Anthony mentioned the coffee that we're going to be having. This Sunday is very special. As you all know, it's been 6 months since the tragedy, and we lost those beautiful 58 people in that horrific, horrific attack on humanity. But this Sunday down at the Healing Garden on Casino Center and Charleston, through hospice and through a grant they got, they received at 2 o'clock sharp, we are going to be having a brief program, and hospice, Nathan Adelson Hospice, will be releasing butterflies. And so many butterflies, it's going to be a magnificent memorial and healing time at the garden. So this was a creation of people who just that horrible aftermath wanted to do something that was so meaningful. So come on to that, please. And our next city council meeting is Wednesday, April 18th here. And, oh, here we are. Isn't that beautiful? That's my very first slide ever in 7 years. Wow. How nice. Thank you, IT, for giving me a slide. I appreciate it. That's my first.
Wow.
Wow.
It is.
It's a celebration. Anyway, so do come down at 2 to 2:30. It will be brief. And thank you all. Thank you, our marshals. Thank you, IT. Thank you, everybody that has come and is here, our city clerk and staff and council. And have a good evening. And Felipe, wherever you are, I couldn't hold it to 4:10, so tried. Thank you all. We are adjourned. Great.